Mine's still oh, there it goes. Hello, everybody. Who do we got in here?
Somebody just powered up.
Power up is me. That's me getting a text. We're getting an echo though, so somebody has to mute their YouTube.
I'm not on.
I'm not hearing echo.
I'm not either.
Here, let me.
I'm hearing everything I say come twice.
Oh, I'm not getting any of that.
Are you hearing it now?
I think she's only hearing herself echo.
Yeah, probably.
Are you saying everything twice, Michelle, to fuck with me?
No, I'm only hearing everything once.
Yeah, I'm hearing everything good. What do you guys think of Hoover? Starting it off with a bang.
Hi, Logan. All right. Let's see. We got 11 so far. You're right. I am hearing myself. I'm talking and then it's showing up.
Well, are you on YouTube?
Turn your YouTube off.
I have YouTube muted. But when I talk,
try killing YouTube
later,
completely.
I hear myself.
Try killing YouTube completely and then see what happens. You read the comments through StreamYard, so you're all right.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep.
Something's up with the YouTube then, because I can't hear myself coming through the live stream at all now. But you guys can all hear me?
Yep.
That was probably the issue then.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, Shay. All right. Well, welcome to the chat, everybody. Make sure you put your thing on live chat instead of top or you won't hear everything.
Really?
And give us a like. I want to introduce everybody on the panel. We're going to have different people jumping on later.
Nobody likes me.
They're at work.
There's a small child in the car next to me literally screaming at me.
Okay, I would like to introduce Pointed Stick, who everybody probably knows.
Yeah. Knows and hates.
And Michelle, who is driving.
Just for like the next 5 minutes.
And we've got Edward, too.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, well, you want to hear a story, man? I had a little girl when I went to the liquor store. There's a girl drinking out of a bottle, man. The girl's probably 18, sitting out front of the liquor store with the bottle in a bag, man, drinking out of it. It's like, wow, hey, you're maybe training for that, but all right, whatever.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
That's young, huh?
Kind of
Times are tough. So
yeah, getting tough even for the kids.
Yeah.
All right, so you ready, Michelle, or what?
Well, I'm still having the same problem where when I talk, you guys don't hear me for 2 minutes. So that's kind of messed up.
I don't know. I'm hearing you.
I can hear you fine.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
That's really weird. Okay, well,
Is there a delay on her end? Like...
Anyways, Michelle is going to be the star of our show. We're gonna pull up the screen. I have a delay.
Really? That's.
Yeah, I don't think YouTube can be open at all, which kind of sucks because you can't see the comments unless you want to try to open it in a different browser.
Yeah, open it on your phone or something. I mean, I use, that's how I do it.
All right, but you guys can hear me fine, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Do you hear me at the right time, or are you hearing me delayed too?
No, you're definitely delayed. Right.
She's delayed, you think? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know.
Sometimes it's just really weird. Hey, LVSA, he can hear everyone fine. Well, if you guys hear me go out of order, you'll just know it's because of whatever. Okay, I'm going to pull up the thing And Michelle is going to talk about it. So we're going to have screen share on so you won't see our faces, but the voice you hear is going to be Michelle's. I need to figure out, present my screen. Oh, I forget about this. I have to do, okay, Chrome tab.
Man, how long do you have set this up? There you go.
Okay, well, you can't put that stuff until later. Okay, so is it showing on the screen yet on YouTube?
Yeah,
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to now blow it up and then start scrolling. So I won't be on the screen, but Michelle, take over.
Well,
And
I don't
Edward
know
and
if you want
Pine
to
and
give
Stick, keep an eye on the chat while I'm doing this too, please.
I don't know if you want to give a little bit of background on exactly. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody here knows that I submitted a FOIA request back in the end of 2017. I got a response back early 2018 saying that there was an approval for the request that I had submitted. And for the past 4 years, I've been going back and forth with the FBI asking, hey, when's it going to be released? And they just kept pushing it back. About 3 weeks ago, I want to say, I submitted a letter to my congressperson to just kind of bring them up to speed in terms of, hey, I live in Las Vegas. I'm your constituent. I was there, the night of the shooting. I have a vested interest in knowing, what evidence that they have. And quite frankly, I want to try to avoid any kind of litigation on this matter if the FBI doesn't want to follow through on their responsibility to fill the FOIA request. Oh no, I'm echoing. So, 3 weeks later, I get 300 pages of my FOIA request fulfilled, and I've already contacted them asking for more. However, they haven't gotten back to me just yet. I don't know if it's due to my Congress member getting involved in asking about it, or if it's just coincidental, because I do follow up every couple months to try and stay on top of it. But I was going to go ahead tonight and go over some of the notes and some of the things that I found interesting about the report. Some of the stuff that we got clarifies some of the questions that, well, at least one instance, there's clarification on a question I had regarding evidence that had supposedly come up missing and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to just go from beginning to end and share with you my notes that I have. And then Kathy or True Seeker and Point Stick and whomever else can discuss, whatever else they have.
I was going to tell everyone, if you set your resolution higher, it's still going to be tiny to read. But at the end of this, we're going to put the link in the comments and pin it so everyone will be able to go and read this
Go through it.
themselves.
Yeah, the only problem with this is, and it's funny because every other one that I tried to download has not been an issue, at all whatsoever. However, mine, you can't download.
Nope, mine wouldn't let me download it, and Matt played around with trying to print crap, and it was messing that up
Yeah,
too.
same thing. Well, LVSA is going page by page, and he's making PDFs, so it's just an arduous, really long process. And like I said, we got 300 some odd pages, and the original number of pages that were responsive that we're supposed to get is almost 14,000. So this is just the very, very, tip of the iceberg or whatever in terms of responsive documents. And I mean, it's nice that they gave us information, but at the same time, it's kind of frustrating because it's like I blew through those 300 pages in about 3 hours. So everybody really, really wants to get more information. And
oh yeah, we've been going through this like crazy.
Yeah. So the first couple of things were, well, I mean, they've also included reports in there that were unsubstantiated, that sightings here or there, or, he came into the hospital or whatever. Those were not accurate. But the first thing I'll bring up is the fact that somewhere along the line, when we had requested from the LVMPD the DVRs from the Ogden, because if you all remember, Paddock did stay at the Ogden before Mandalay Bay, and he was kind of going back and forth between there and Mesquite and everywhere else. It was said that those DVRs were lost, that the LVMPD went in and they were nowhere to be found. Nobody knew where they were. But it clearly states on page 38.
Well, I'm scrolling here on the screen share, and it's not doing it on YouTube. So what am I doing wrong?
It should just catch up automatically. Yeah, but it'll be on page 38 also, if you just want to pull up that page.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how to get it so I can scroll it on the screen. Are you guys on YouTube seeing it scroll, or are you seeing it just stay in the same place?
No, it's staying in the same place. Here, let's see. 38, you said?
38, yeah.
All right. You can share that if you want.
I'm going to try something different.
And I'm pulling up at my house right now, so.
Yeah, well, I got it up if you want to.
I don't need to read it. I already have my notes.
Yeah, but hang on a second. This is just, they changed the way they do this. And Chrome tab, FBI.
What's interesting about this is they took the power cord too. So that tells me they took the entire DVR system. Like they took their whole security system. That's crazy.
Okay, now you guys can see me scroll. I was just doing something wrong. Okay, so tell me what page to go to.
Oh, you're breaking up, Michelle. It's 38. 38.
38.
Oh, you're breaking up, Michelle. You're breaking up.
Michelle, there's new people coming in, so kind of go back and explain like how you got this.
Okay, so back in the end of 2017, I submitted a FOIA request regarding documents pertaining to Stephen Paddock and the Las Vegas shooting. And mine happened to be approved early 2018. And we've been playing a waiting game since then for any kind of responsive documents. I put in a congressional, or I contacted my congressperson to see if she would put in a congressional inquiry as to where the documents were, and included court cases and things that point blank say how fast that they can produce documents for requests. Mine should have been done in 2 years, 4 months tops at the very slowest that they would review.
Okay, I gave a wrench to LVSA so he could drop links. Oh,
can you hear me?
Dropped it, yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
But LVSA got a way to make the link into a PDF. So his link might be
it's a pain in the ass process, but it's getting done.
Well, like if you want to find it, it's not that difficult, man. All you got to do, go on the type in FBI Vault, go to the tab that says recently added. It's first two things on the recently added page on the Vault.
Yeah,
it's easy to
exactly.
find.
Okay, I'm gonna just scroll where you tell me to scroll and let you go back to talk. And I just wanted people to know what you were doing here.
Well, yeah, no, it's just on page 38. You'll see that they had pulled 3 DVR systems, evidence number 1B32, 33, and 34. And those are the ones the LVMPD said were missing. And the reason
the FBI had already taken them from the Ogden when the LVMPD went there to get them.
And here's my issue. During the entirety of the investigation, we were told that the primary on that case was LVMPD, that FBI was there to assist. And that is not the case, because we have special agents giving permission to detectives to do their job. We're having FBI grab evidence and not advising LVMPD where the evidence is, where it went, or even if they have grabbed it. But that kind of brings me to
I'm thinking on YouTube, people still aren't seeing me scroll.
No, it's not scrolling. It's just stuck in that one
I
page.
got too many tabs from them open.
Well, they can they can follow along on their own if they go to the FBI website for the vault.
You put mine up. I got it up, and not in a pornographic way. But yeah, I got it up.
Oh, okay. I can pull yours up and then you can scroll.
There
Maybe
you go.
that's what's the
There
screw
you
up.
go.
Okay.
So
All
right
right.
there on that page, you see the
I don't
evidence
have to
log.
scroll. I can just watch the chat. Okay, we're good to go now. Sorry, guys.
You're good. So there we have DVR 1, 3, and 4. I don't know why there's no 2, but whatever.
No, it's 2, 3, and 4.
Oh,
There's
2,
no
3,
one.
and 4. That's right. Okay, so then, like I was saying, it just kind of shows that who was really in charge of the investigation. And that brings me to page 39.
Okay.
Then the very next page. If you look at the top left-hand corner, it says classified by NSICG. That's the only label that wasn't redacted. I think that they missed it or didn't think it was important, but the classification for well, there are reasons for not wanting it declassified around there. As you can see, it's not supposed to be declassified till 2046 on December 31st.
42, but yeah.
Oh, 42? Oh, yeah, 42.
Oh yeah, 19 or 2020. God, I'm thinking 19. Yeah, 2042 is when it's supposed to be
Mhm.
declassified. That's a joke.
So the reason I went ahead and I went to the Information Security Oversight Office for the National Archives and Records Management. They have a whole like directory of reasons why things would be declassified or classified and what their classification would be and reasons for it. And they have listed one for C. And that in the C section of the memorandum, it says it would be classified because of intelligence activities, covert actions, intelligent sources or methods. They don't want them getting out there. So it plain as day says that they didn't want to release the information that they're releasing because it would either uncover some intelligence operation that they had going on or sources that work with them. The subsections for one is it would reveal the identity of a confidential human source, a relationship with security service of foreign government, of international organization, or relations with the U.S., and reveal information that would impair the application of the state-of-the-art technology within a U.S. weapons system. So the last part, I'm not really sure, but it just sounds like it would have, as far as the weapon systems aspect, but clearly they don't want to share any of the information in this paperwork because they don't want to reveal intelligence sources or affect any operations that they could possibly have going on that are covert. So I thought that was like a huge indication that there's maybe potentially something more going on here. Let's see. Yeah, so that's that on that one, but that was the major bombshell for me on the report. Let's see. The next note I have is for page 83.
Okay.
Oh wow, you skipped through half of my sheet of notes.
Well, what?
No, I'm gonna go ahead and let you go through all yours first, and then Point of Stick and I have a bunch of like different stuff jotted down. So I don't want to like interrupt you as far as jumping around to different pages. So we're gonna let you just go through your list first.
So I just found it interesting because it seems like all the neighbors that they spoke to said the same exact thing. Well, said one of the same things, and it was that he always wore black gloves.
Yeah, I saw that.
Like every witness that they had from like every place he lived was like nobody ever saw them during the day. If they did see them, it would be really late in the middle of the night. They always had package deliveries constantly, and he always wore gloves, and he was a dick, essentially.
And there's the one, what page was the one on about the fence?
About the vents?
FENCE. I'm looking at my notes. It was
Oh,
another
the
neighbor
fence.
one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he
Fence
built
getting
the fence
tear
and
down.
then, but that wasn't, I don't even think he was living there. I mean, he did live there, but he was renting that property out at the time. It was a house in
Oh, the
Arizona,
fence
I
was
believe.
on page 35. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah.
He had put up
Yeah,
a
but that
fence,
wasn't, to me,
guys. Well, I just
everybody,
wanted to tell the chatters. His neighbor told him because the HOA you can't put that up, and he blew it
yeah,
off
yeah.
and put it up anyways, and then they made him tear it down. So I just thought that was a funny witness statement, especially since he did so much real estate that it's like he should have known if he was in a
He
neighborhood
knows
with
better.
an HOA
Yeah.
to follow the rules. Yeah.
Well,
He
I mean,
knows
he
the
just
phone
seems
number
very
too.
much like he had the attitude where, like, oh, well, the rules don't apply to me unless I make them, and then they just apply to everybody else. Okay, what else do I got here? Oh yeah. On page 89,
Okay.
it talks about um a full
Oh, starting at
investigation by
page
Caroline.
88. Yeah, starting at page
Well,
88,
88,
they
yeah.
bring in the national
Okay.
security and foreign authorities ship.
Well, yeah, Caroline is an intelligence. They work with the intelligence agency, and essentially they're like what they do with the Space Force does, but they make it transparent and for civilians or whatever, and it's just essentially like satellite imagery.
P.S. Scroll to the
Um,
83 or
and
the. Wait a minute. Now I'm lost again. Do we need him to scroll up or down to get to
I'm
that?
on
Oh, page
89.
88.
Oh, this is 88. Yeah, this is 88.
88, 89. I don't know. I can't see your page number. It's so
This is
small.
88. This is 88. It says Caroline requesting information related to redacted.
Oh, you know what I just figured
way
out?
to go.
Gosh, I'm brain mush. My thing, I didn't hit play on YouTube, and that's why I was behind. I gotcha. I see it now.
Go ahead, Michelle.
You guys have got shorts from me? Okay. So yeah. Evidently they were working with this agency, or doing research with them over it, which I found odd. But I'm it's not even specific as to what they were looking for or whatever. But in this whole section, all the way up through the they keep going back and forth to the Ottawa liaison or attaché from Ottawa. And if you look at a map, Ottawa, Canada, is situated just northeast of Lake Michigan. And I only noted that because Paddock has a lot of family there in Michigan. But the connection with the reason they were contacting this office in Ottawa is because there was somebody staying at the hotel on Mandalay Bay on 924 through 929, and this person threw the deadbolt and exited his room just as somebody was entering Paddock's room.
Talk
And
about Manny Sandu or whatever.
I'm sorry, who? Well, they didn't list a name, and I wasn't familiar, but
Manny
it was
Santo.
possibly. Is he
He was
Canadian?
another real estate guy. No, I believe he lives in Vegas.
Yeah, well, this guy's from Canada, the guy that they were trying to contact. Yeah.
Well, there were a lot of people from Canada at the concert.
Yeah, yeah.
I just thought because Manny Sandu, that the timeline was very when they had in the lock interrogation report, there was something very close to that time where this Manny Sandu, I don't know.
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, they said that they implied to that he may have tried to access the room with his card or something. I do remember something in the report of somebody trying to like
the
got the wrong
Garzas
name.
and Manny were the two that tried to do the room, and the Garza's friend that was on.
I believe
Paddock's
there's
floor.
A time what you're talking about here.
Yeah, they said they exited the room at 9 on 9:30, like September 30th.
Yeah.
At 7:28 p.m., throwing deadbolt, then redacted. May have attempted to enter Stephen Paddock's room.
Yeah, and the closest thing to that was that Manny Sandu in the lock interrogation, and it was in 134. And but what it says in the lock interrogation was error, and I believe card has been overridden.
Oh, yeah.
And his card was checked out way after Paddock, so that guy must have got there after Paddock, because the numbers on that are quite a bit after all the key cards that were given to Paddock.
Yeah, and
Yes.
they redacted the room number.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Did everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, the DJ's here.
DJ just woke up.
Anyways, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry to sidetrack you, but
No, you're good. I just thought it was interesting because there was like several attempts at contacting this office, asking for assistance in locating this person and questioning him. But then there was nothing else.
Are you sure it's the same person though? Because I mean, they did contact a lot of offices trying to,
No, this one says specifically the Ottawa office and then the incident.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, because there could be multiple people in Ottawa that they were trying to track down, but there were, I mean, some of these countries that they were trying to go to. I mean, one of them, it said, this information shall not be used for the assassination or torture to get information about this. Like,
what page is that on? I remember reading that, and I was
so you're talking like some of these foreign governments were hostile.
Assassination and torture. There was a bunch of embassies that they had contacted. I saw 2 different places in here where they were talking about that. Like it was their disclaimer, and it was like, holy shit.
Anyway, sorry, Michelle. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, so then I noted on page 115, they're talking about the Tropicana. He stayed there from 9/12 to 9/14, lost $38,000, and requested the south-facing room.
He lost 38,000.
Michelle's got a picture. She took a picture of where that room would be facing.
Yeah, the picture is like the mirror image of Mandalay Bay 32-134. So it's like it's overlooking the venue, but from the south. Well, like if you're standing in the room, it's the venue.
I think you cut out, or did I cut out?
Did Michelle mute herself?
No, yeah, she cut out.
Michelle, your voice is no longer here.
I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yep, she's back now.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I don't know why I did that. But yeah, no. So the room, like I said, is the mirror image of 32-135 in Mandalay Bay. So it's directly like catty corner, and the room was 21-12.
I'm curious what the distance differential would be on that, but I don't know.
I couldn't. It looks lower to me personally, but I mean, I don't know. It's a penthouse suite. Ironically enough, it was supposed to be the suite my parents were supposed to be in on the first for my mom's birthday, and they got booted.
Oh. I didn't see the part where he lost the money, but okay. Anyway.
I think I read it in the win-loss report. No. There's statements in there somewhere where they were talking to his what is it called? The person that, takes care of it, his host or hostess.
Oh, okay. His casino host. Yeah, there was a statement there. Okay.
Yeah. They said he tried to reserve room 2112 on the day of the shooting, or for the day of the shooting.
Would that be the second floor though?
No, I think it's level 21, room 12. I don't know.
Okay. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm curious about too.
Because they said he never got anything other than a 2-floor suite when he was there.
That's true. Yeah, I did say that. Okay.
And those are up higher than.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah. Okay.
But I think the penthouses there are numbered differently too. I think that they get their own numbering. Like they're not. It's not like the floors or whatever. There's like special access to get up there and all that good stuff.
Maybe. Okay.
I could be wrong, but my parents are staying there right now, so I guess I could just ask.
There you go.
When you go over there, take a picture.
Yeah.
You sent me a picture earlier.
I'm thinking about renting a penthouse suite. Can I just look at 21 or 2112?
Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah.
They'd call the FBI so fast. We got another one.
They probably would. Yeah.
Okay, let's see what else I got. We've got letters sent to unknown U.S. embassy, and that was the one in Canada again.
Yeah.
May have had contact with. They stated they may have had contact with each other the 22nd through the 29th. They're requesting info again. On page 124, there's a list of his passports. However, I think those were issued over the course of his lifetime, which would make sense.
Yeah.
So, I made note of all the laundry list of casinos he's banned from, starting on page 132.
Oh, me and Pointed Stick have been going over all this casino stuff on the phone.
Yeah.
Last night and the night before, and it's like we were chomping at the bit, kind of like, come on, Michelle, let's get this live stream out of the way so we can start putting out videos about the shit in this.
I'm always at school
There's
right now. I'm
funny
so busy.
stuff in here.
Yeah, no kidding. But yeah,
I just wanted to interrupt just for 1 minute, in case,
go
if
ahead.
you have this in your notes. Just so everybody knows, for our 5 years of bitching about the tissue in his ears, instead of having earplugs, this report, there's a place in it that shows that, or tells that in the inventory there was an unopened package of earplugs in one of the suitcases. I almost fell off my chair when I read that. But anyways, back to the show, Michelle.
He was super busy that night, so I don't think he wanted to dig through his bags is all I could think of.
He probably had so many bags he forgot which one he put them in.
Yeah, so, but, yeah, I'm almost wrapping up my notes because I only put, like, the stuff that, like, really stood out to me. Yeah, the fact that he was banned from Atlantis, Peppermill, and Tamarack Junction in Reno due to large winds. However, when I was glossing over him, when you go start looking at his win-loss statements, I mean, like his wins weren't substantial.
No, he wasn't winning. What it was he wasn't making them money. So
yeah, he was breaking damn near even every time.
Yes.
So his comps were fucking amazing. So
and they were losing money on him.
Yeah, so I just thought it was interesting because I was like, like he couldn't have made a living off of it, is my point. Yeah. So it was, I think, the real estate ventures, and then, I mean, if you look at his real estate stuff, man,
I don't think this was how he was living. I think this was just how he was. This was his lifestyle.
Yeah.
Not his life.
Well, it says he lost like $6 million in the casinos.
Stick found one thing where in
2016,
one night, one stay where he lost 900,000.
Yeah, he.
We were going through those tickets last night.
Yeah, we'll have to. I gotta find the.
There's probably going to be a whole show on that one because.
Oh yeah, there'll end up being a whole show on these tickets because we were going through them with the fine tooth.
I can't remember what page that was on, and this is being complicated for me.
Yeah, just keep scrolling and letting her talk, and we can always like get into that other stuff later.
I wrote down a note about on page 187. They were interviewing somebody, and he seemed to have no interest in science or anything like that. But I personally have interviewed somebody he was in grade school with, and actually would spend weekends away. Like with his family.
About Joseph, or is this another guy?
Somebody else.
Okay, because we had Joseph on once.
No.
The really into astronomy, that guy?
No, Joseph was just someone he went to that Polytech whatever with.
Oh, the Polytechnic. Yeah, well, no, they went to the same school then. But this gentleman said that they became friends because they bonded over astronomy. Like they were really, really into it. Like go to Palm Springs with telescopes and all that good stuff, that by all accounts he said he was normal and stuff, but yeah, no, that's why I was like, who the hell said he wasn't into science? I think it was probably well, I'm not going to name names, but I can imagine I know who it is just because that person wrote an article about growing up with Stephen Paddock or whatever. But if we go down to page 191 and 192, it starts like evidence list, or they have. So this struck me because I looked up the cameras that's listed there, which is like a Logitech, and then ANRAN, ARW307. They have live view capabilities. And I know that there's several people that have always kind of wondered, like, do you think he could have been live streaming through this thing? And I was always like, no, that's absurd.
I always thought maybe he was.
Well, now I know that it's a definite possibility because of the camera that was used. I thought it was just closed circuit to see down the hallway and stuff like that. Or
no, even the baby monitors had that capability back then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, and I mean, the baby monitor was interesting because we looked that up. That company, that BabySense, had 3 different versions, I believe, that year, and I'm guessing he bought it that year because it looks exactly the same. The bottom version was just personal, and the next 2 versions had that capability, which you're talking about, doing cloud server kind of shit, or straight to another device.
The final thing on my list, though, is on page 231, and it's something that I would have chopped an arm off for, and that is the DVR from Most Holy Redeemer Church that's over there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they say in here that they collected it.
Yeah.
And that was a big thing with one of the YouTubers. It was like, I went over to the church and da-da-da-da, and they told me they didn't give it to him and da-da-da.
Exactly.
Like, they did give it to him. And I also went into that church
No, but
that guy said it.
They didn't give it to them, though. It was downloaded onto a flash drive. It's not like they took
that's
the whole
what I'm
thing.
saying. They got the information.
Yeah.
Because I went in the church after that other YouTuber had said they snuck and didn't turn it in or whatever, and I asked, they're like, no, we gave the FBI everything they wanted. We have nothing secret here. So
no, I wasn't saying anything like that. It's just like I want that footage. So it'd be a nice thing to have.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that was my main points. Everything else was kind of like stuff I had either heard before or stuff that just didn't, have any significance to me because it was all hearsay and bullshit. Like, I really don't care that somebody at Taco Bell thinks that they recognize him.
Yeah, I'll put the video out on that.
Point and Stick has a video already ready on the Taco Bell section.
Yeah, that was
hilarious.
That was total
First
bullshit.
We were joking, thinking it was Wahlburgers, and then we found the Taco Bell thing, and it was like, oh shit, it was Taco Bell. Because he was like, no, I remember seeing a picture from Wahlburgers, and I'm like, I never saw either of them.
I couldn't see him eating a Taco Bell, so I don't know.
Well, the FBI is verifying in here that was him, but it's like we're looking at the picture going, absolutely not. He had on an Under Armour hat, and it's like Paddock was too cheap to buy.
No, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't have it. It would have been in the evidence.
Guy's mustache looks different. So everybody, tonight or tomorrow, go to Pointed Stick's channel, and you got to watch this Taco Bell video he made. It's hilarious.
All my haters in your chat.
There's not haters in my chat.
the Taco Bell was
love everybody.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing with that was there was a channel that got banned a long time ago. They had a picture of Paddock supposedly at a Wahlburgers photobombing a group, and
so there really was a Wahlburger picture.
Well, no, what it was, that's what it was labeled as, I believe.
So they
that's
just
the same
made a mistake between that and the Taco Bell one, but you did see someone label it Wahlburger.
Yeah,
gotcha.
And so we found the picture, so that's not Paddock, but that was in this report. This is I mean, a lot of this was just them doing their job, basically, investigating, leads. Stuff like that. So some of these leads are, or ended up being bogus. I mean, that's to be expected, I guess. Not everything's gonna be true.
Yeah, but that's what I have in terms of notes. So to recap, I think the things that I found most interesting were the reasons for the classification that the reports originally received. And Wade.
You got to talk about this.
There's the son of a bitch
has up on the screen right now. If you didn't note that, okay, take it away, Pointed Stick, because this was cracking me up.
Well, it's just it's just Paddock at the Ario Hotel. I guess he had an issue. Let's see what it says here.
Called the paramedics. Yeah, go ahead and read it.
No, I think it's up here. 11:40 a.m. Redactor respond to ARIA room 17-118. Met guest Stephen Paddock requests paramedics for exhaustion and pain in the arm and leg. Oxygen was administered by Redacted. Prior to arrival, it was at Convention Center Fire Department, 32 and AMR. 2712 AMR left property at 12:05 p.m. Transporting Mr. Paddock to St. Rose Hospital, Siena campus. And, and here's beautiful pictures of, this. And okay, so the license here, we got Via Ventura in Mesquite, Texas. Okay, just kind of curious about that. And then here's some pictures of this sack of shit. Pass the fuck out. Could have saved a lot of people their lives, man, if this turned out differently for them. But unfortunately, they got there.
That's fucked up. All right, I have homework. I got to bail out. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
It was fun.
All right.
Nice talking to you, Michelle.
Well, Michelle, thank you for actually finally getting a FOIA request back for us. And now everyone's going to have the link. So this is 300 pages and everyone can dig it. But she was due 14,000 pages. So we don't know if they did this 300 just to pacify her or if in a couple days we're going to get slammed. Because when you guys click the link and start going through this by yourself, you're going to be taking notes and going, oh, I got to look up this from 5 years ago. Where did I put that paper? What notebook's it in? So it's going to be interesting if they slam us with a whole bunch more. But thank you so much, Michelle, for actually getting one for us. And
you know the name on the Review Journal article?
Is that the dead guy?
Yeah, Jeff German.
Well, that's the one that was killed recently?
Yeah, that's the one that was murdered.
Michelle already scoot? Okay. Go ahead and read that point, Dick.
No, it's just basically he's just complaining about how they cremated the body and didn't really it was an issue with the family because Eric was trying to get them to ship the body because Eric didn't want to come pick it up. And well, not the body, but the remains, the whatever, the urn or whatever they put his shit in. Actually, put it in a box. They didn't even give a fuck about that. But the ashes and and so there was a big problem where Eric was having a hard time getting the remains. The LVMPD said that they would ship it to the Florida Police Department in his area, and he didn't like that. I guess he didn't want to walk into his local PD or something for some weird ass reason. I guess after something like this, I guess. But that's all this was. This was just some complaining about the remains. But
okay, I'm breaking in for 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a little bit of stuff going on in chat. Okay, I know that everybody doesn't agree on the same theories. But in my chat, I have always let everybody put their own opinions on. As long as we don't have a survivor on the panel or a survivor in the chat that's getting upset. And right now there's no survivors in the chat. So there's some people in here that believe, nobody died in certain rooms or in certain places. So it's like, don't get in arguments with them in the chat. It's like, if you don't like what they say, just ignore it. Because I always allow everyone to put all their opinions in, because none of us really know, and it's like, I don't like the fighting, so you just can ignore people that say stuff you don't like, but don't tell them that they can't say it. All right, go ahead, PS.
All right, well, I mean, what I took from all this, dude, nobody's gonna like, and that it is what it is.
Boo.
But yeah, basically, this kind of finishes out the whole thing. I mean, this gives us basically a motive, and unfortunately it fits with the narrative motive for the most part. There are things that are left unsaid for obvious reasons. There's a lot of money involved in this, but this guy was getting kicked out of casinos, right? So what this looks like, and I watched a guy last night that I sent you his channel earlier, Tour Seeker. His channel is called Slot Massacre, and it's all one word, You can go on there and watch it. You scroll down about halfway. I think it's sometime last year. This guy did a couple videos, right? And one of the videos he did was, and he talked about Paddock in the past. I've used his thing in videos in the past. This guy didn't know Paddock, but basically the story goes, my ex used to know this guy, and so this guy was doing videos. He was talking to some high roller one day, and the high roller started talking about Paddock. So I messaged this guy, through this ex-girlfriend, and through that conversation, basically what he had said is he said that he thinks that Paddock did this, killed himself, whatever, basically because the casinos no longer were prioritizing the video poker players. They were kind of treating the video poker players like crap. And that was actually said in this document here. I believe she had the page, man. Now she's gone. I'm not gonna be able to find it. But right here. So it's basically what the guy was saying, which was interesting to me. In previous years, casino treated high rollers very well, would frequently treat them to free cruises, airline flights, penthouse suites, tours in wine country, rides in nice cars. About 3 years ago, the casinos changes, the casinos changes. Okay, that's not correct grammar, but whatever. Their views of how high rollers would be treated and started banning them from certain events, hotels, and sometimes certain casinos. Now, Paddock was banned, basically run out at this point from these casinos in Reno. So he's being run out of Reno at this point, right? And they're not making a lot of money off him. If I could find the damn pages with the wins and losses, you'll see basically, this is play history, but this was not an easier one to read. There were some better ones down here somewhere. But they weren't making a lot of money off this guy. And, you'll see some of these suites. This is what these receipts are for. He stayed 2 nights. I don't know what hotel this is because it doesn't say. And they're considering the revenue. And I'm guessing that's a revenue that room would have cost him $1,848. Some of them are $250, shit like that. So it's not like he's always, spending a lot of money. $632, stuff like that. Okay, so here we go with the gambling records. 2006 is the one year that kind of stuck out to me, basically because that was his big year, right? $945,000. This guy was the total in. That means that's the amount of money that he threw into these machines.
Oh shit! I thought Alan was blocked. Are you going to behave in here, Alan?
Oh man, I haven't seen that one in a while.
Dion just arrived.
Yeah, that's fine.
He says, "Hey, the timeout room cleanup is my job," but I always thought you're blocked. If you behave and don't beat the shit out of my panel and my chatters, I won't.
Put your mask on, Alan. Anyways,
put on your good boy hat.
So in 2006 here, we got, this guy did $945,000 is what he put into machines. He took out about $889,000, right? So that means that they're really not making that much money. Now, the actual win here is he lost $4,000. Now, we're talking $4,000 in a year's time. And considering he spent he put $900,000 into these machines, that means he's been gambling for quite some time in these fucking hotels. That tells me that, this was over a long period of time, meaning comps, rooms, they're feeding his ass, they're doing all kinds of shit. In 2007, he actually had a win there where he actually made $7,000. But, so they're not making a lot of money off him. That explains why these hotels would be, inclined to kick this fucker out, man. You're making $4,000 off a guy in a year. That's not a lot of fucking money, especially when he threw 900,000 into these fucking machines. You're not making money off this guy.
Yeah, that's nothing with all millions of dollars in comps they're giving him.
Yeah, that's nothing, years, right? So they run him out of Reno.
Hey, Edward.
Hello.
What up, man?
So they run his ass out of Reno. That's basically what they're saying here. And that was said, I believe, by the casino host. It was also said by somebody that supposedly knew him, I guess, for a while there. They have an interview of this guy. So he was run out of Reno. At that point, it looks like, because this is old stuff, right? It looks like at that point he went to Vegas, moved operation to Vegas. And it sounds to me, and this is just where it's leading me to, with this, because I'm guessing this is how the FBI and the LVMPD came to their conclusion of the motive, which is basically he was stressed out because he wasn't winning money. He was never winning money, and I don't think that was the point. I think the point here was, he was surviving off these casinos, by comps and stuff like that. He was living a lifestyle. He was making money in other ways, most likely. I don't know what. I don't care. But these casinos were basically just his lifestyle, right? He's going from casino to casino. They're treating him really well. All of a sudden, they're not treating him well anymore. They're banning his ass. And then he ends up in Vegas, right? So I think what was happening in Vegas was something very similar. And that Slot Massacre channel basically said this exact thing. He said, what's happening is they're no longer catering to the video poker players because they're actually making less money off the video poker players these days. And so they've been fucking with their comps. And this guy was complaining about it. He said the tables have changed. He has a video at one casino where he's bitching about the tables changed from a 99% payout on the high limit video poker stuff to a 97% payout. Well, that 2%, over a long enough period of time, especially $900,000, that's going to be a little bit. So it's going to be more than a $4,000 loss. You're going to lose quite a bit more. So I think, it seems like that is what's going on here. And that's the picture they're painting. That's the picture that the FBI got, the LVMPD got, is that this guy was run out of Reno, came over to Vegas. Now he's starting to get kicked out of Vegas. They're starting to get tired of his shit. And you can see that with in the original reports, where we have the casino host from the the Caesar's Palace. And Caesar's Palace casino host is talking about how he gave Paddock a free room, and Paddock stiffed him, right? So he gave him a free room, he gave him some free play, and then Paddock went and played the free play and didn't throw any of his own money in, right? So he stiffed him. Now, Paddock being a high roller, he's got to know, dude, that's going to make you not get invited back. And the casino host said as much, that Paddock was not going to be invited back anytime soon because of that. And so what I'm seeing is it looks like the casinos in Vegas were actually starting to get tired of him and the people like him, because even the Slot Massacre guy has been talking about how, it's affecting what he's doing, and he has his own little channel and stuff like that, but he does high limit also, and it's affecting what he's doing as well. So it's not just Paddock that was the target of this. It was just basically all these high roller, video poker guys that are running around trying to, milk these casinos for everything they could. So
can I interrupt you for a sec?
Yeah.
Okay, the rules I gave a few minutes ago about, everyone getting along and stuff. Everybody is getting along really well, but we now have a survivor in the chat.
Yep, we do.
And this is a survivor that is not a narrative pusher. He's asking questions just like us, but the people in the chat, you know what I'm talking about. Don't put any more comments like that in here. Well, the survivors.
I'm not paying attention to chat.
Well, they've been going back and forth, how they do, which is fine with me, but I don't like that when survivors are here. So you can all talk about how you don't believe the narrative, because none of us really believe it, but don't talk about the death thing. So
I'll be honest with you, after this, I kind of believe a little bit of the narrative. As far as
I believe some of it, but not all of it. They've lied about so much.
Well, as far as what this is, if this is actually the case, right? Paddock gets thrown out of Reno. Now they're starting to clamp down on him in Vegas. Vegas started to clamp down on all these guys, starting to change pay tables, starting to change all this shit. His lifestyle's about to change. His lifestyle's about to end. And so of course there's your stressors and all this bullshit. The problem is, like, MGM is not going to come out. None of these casinos are going to come out, because this is going to kill a lot of the gaming industry if they come out with this, right? You can't say, yeah, we don't want fucking video poker players here, so we're fucking with the odds and we're making it harder to win. They're never going to say that. That's just not a thing. So, obviously you're not going to get that kind of truth out of these fucking people. So if this is in fact the case, which, I mean, it looks like it is, and there's other people out there saying that this is the case that are totally unrelated to this Vegas shooting stuff, then what you got is you have the casinos basically saying, video poker players that are good, that are going to actually make money out here and actually do well at this, are not really welcome here. They're no longer welcome in Vegas. Now, they're not going to say that publicly because what that's saying is video poker is now a scam, and there's really less ways to win at it, and the odds suck, and why play it anymore? So, as far as that goes, I could see them not actually painting the whole picture for you because they're just not going to. But it looks like, he gave up on Caesars completely, and Caesars a big property. He ended up staying at the Tropicana, which is interesting, right? Because, compared to, and it's not, I love the Tropicana, don't get me wrong, but for a guy of that stature, the Tropicana is not a high limit casino necessarily. So that's a little strange that he started, slumming it a little bit, I would think. It's not the Wynn, it's not the Venetian, which those are both independently owned. It's not the Wynn, it's not the Venetian, it's not Caesar's Palace, it's not the Bellagio or the Mirage, which is, I believe those are Caesar's Palace properties. Or no, those are, I'm sorry, those are MGM. But, I don't know what was happening with MGM at the time. That's the problem. I don't have a clue if MGM was fucking with these guys or not. And I don't really have an avenue to talk to these high roller fucking dudes anymore to see what that is. But if he was getting pushed out of MGM, he's getting pushed out of Vegas. He was done. Like there's nowhere to go. You can't go to California because the way California works, to my understanding, watching some of these casino hosts talk, my understanding is, see this in Vegas, the way the comps work and all that bullshit is basically total in right here, right? So this guy, he gambled $945,000 one year, almost $1 million. That's $1 million in comps that he was going to get out of that place, only for $4,000 worth of a loss. And if you go to an Indian reservation, my understanding is they get. Is it on here? It's not even on here. It would be this negative 4,000, right? So he would get negative 4,000 worth of comps. It's money out. It's money lost, and that's how that works. These totals here are based off of he throws $20 in, wins $100. Well, I mean, then he's got $120. He throws that $120 back in. Now he's he's just earned $120 worth of fucking comps. The Indian casinos, I don't believe, work that way. My understanding is you throw $20 in, you win $100, you go back down to your $20, take your $20 back. They don't give you shit because they're like, we didn't make any money off you. It's total losses. So that's kind of my understanding. There's still some questions. I mean, as far as and helicopters are not one of them. But, still some questions as far as some of this stuff goes, because that would explain why this guy was stressed out. His lifestyle was about to change. He was going to turn into this guy that was going to be shopping at IKEA, watching the fucking news at night on his TV and not fucking, living the high life in these casinos. And from the evidence logs, it looks like he didn't even really have much in his houses. Like this guy just didn't have anything. He had unfurnished fucking houses, basically. I don't know what Mary Lou had in there, but that's that was that. And the to go to the some of this stuff, in the beginning they talk about a sighting at Taco Bell. Well, we found the photo from the Taco Bell from the couple that thinks they saw him at Taco Bell, and this guy supposedly Stephen Paddock photo bombing him at the Taco Bell. Well, it's not Stephen Paddock. It's pretty obvious when you see the picture. And I will
watch that, pointed stick. He's got it unlisted, and he's going to flip it to public after we're done doing this, and you can see the Taco Bell scenario.
Yeah.
It came out of this report, but he made a really funny video about it.
Yeah, and so there's stuff like that. There's a thing in here that I believe Michelle brought it up where they're talking about him going to a psych ward. And or not psych ward, but I think it was an ER.
A 24. Well, he was in the emergency room, but they made up the thing about the psych problems.
Yeah, and so it looks like from this.
Did you scroll to that page?
It's a little redacted. I don't even know what page that is. Do you have it down in your notes?
I got my notes.
I don't think I do. But she talked about it, and so
psych
the deal with
page
that.
215 to 219.
The 215.
215 to 219. Yeah, and then you can read some of the stuff because that was hilarious.
Yeah, and I think it actually started before this, if I remember right. Let's see. No, that wasn't it. Okay. There was a interview in here. I don't remember which one it was. I don't think it's it, and I don't want to read these whole things. But basically, it kind of looks like somebody called in a bogus report, and it looked like they had an interview in here of somebody, but it's not right before this, so maybe I'm actually wrong in the in this. It looks like somebody posted somewhere or called the FBI or did something where they said, yeah, this guy used to come into the hospital all the time. He's psycho. And excuse me, in the ER or whatever it was. And this is basically them debunking it. This is the FBI investigating this. And there's the head of whatever department sitting there saying, nah, this didn't happen. They're trying to say that he doctored the files. He like deleted the files for Paddock or whatever. He was saying that's bullshit because even if he did that, you know, it would still have to go through billing and all these other departments. It'd be on their systems. There's no way that was even a possibility. The you know, but this was somebody that was throwing some crazy ass conspiracy out there at some point. And apparently early in the investigation, because this is 10/7 right here. So that must have been really early in the investigation. But yeah, other than that, I mean, you know, that's kind of it. Like I said, you know, to me, this just kind of filled a lot of holes as far as, you know, the motive and where they came up with the motive that they have. And it actually makes sense with what's actually posted here. Once they said he was starting to get banned from casinos, I'm like, okay, yeah, that all makes sense, dude. This guy's, I mean, he's an addicted gambler, most likely. I mean, you know, I'm guessing he's addicted to it. And his lifestyle's about to change. Your addiction is about to go away, buddy. You're done. You know, you're no longer welcome here. And so, you know, at that point, well, he flipped. Now, the one thing that's like a weird question about this, because I was talking to somebody last night and they straightened me out. I mean, you know, you guys have straightened me out on a lot of things on this, but like, this guy, okay, so he went to Tropicana. You think that, you know, and the fact that he asked which way the room was facing, which way the window was facing in Tropicana, and he was actually happy about it because it's facing south or whatever.
Time out. Someone said you were scrolling too fast and they couldn't read, so I just wanted to remind him again. We're going to pin the link in the comments, so everyone's going to be able to, at home, pull this 300-page document up on your own computer and read. So we don't expect that you're going to be able to see this tiny stuff he's scrolling through.
I'm just kind of going through pages.
Different things. But yeah, the link will be pinned in the comments up at the top. So you guys will be able to totally read all of this. I mean, it took us 2 days to get through it and we were cracking up.
Yeah.
So, okay, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but people were telling you to slow down.
I mean, and you know, yeah, but I mean, like a lot of this, like I can barely read it and I'm looking at it on my screen here. So, you know, like even this, here's your incident about, I don't even know what it's, I totally lost a train of thought, but, on Friday, let's see, 9/14/07, approximately 15 hours. So at 3:15 in the afternoon, I was dispatched to room 29001 for a guest complaint report. Upon my arrival to the room, approximately 3:20 in the afternoon, I was met by registered guest room 29001, Mr. Stephen Paddock. Mr. Paddock stated on 9/14/07 at approximately, let's see, 2 o'clock. He left his room with the do not disturb sign on the door. Mr. Paddock stated he returned to his room at approximately 3 o'clock and noticed the sign was removed and the room had been cleaned. So I don't know. Did they say, this is Mandalay Bay. So Mandalay Bay actually went into his room and it pissed him off. Of course, this is in 2007. So this is way before any of this bullshit. Mr. Paddock further stated nothing was missing from the room, but his room was cleaned and his personal belongings are moved a little. Mr. Paddock stated he gave specific instructions to the front desk and housekeeping not to enter his room at any time until he checks out. You know, redacted stuff, whatever. We're notified of the complaint. But yeah, you know, apparently this guy, he did not like people fucking with this shit. There's also something, there's also a thing in here where, he went home. And do you know the date when he actually went back to his house and saw the marks on his driveway?
I have it in my notes here. I don't have the date, but I have the page number.
What page number is it? Because I don't know what the date is.
Page 83 was the house neighbor, but I don't really know for sure if it's the one you're looking for. So scroll to 83 first.
Let's see.
I think all the house
windows
neighbor
are dark.
reports were near each other.
Let's see. And the interesting thing is we have the cell phone number of Stephen Paddock. Like this is, one of the phones that was found in the room, one of the three. So it was always kind of a curious question, like which one did he use most? Well, it's a 310 number, so it's an LA number. It's an old phone number, but it's this 227 number, and that's one of the phones that was found in the room.
Page 35 has the fence. Was the fence neighbor the same one as the driveway neighbor? If not,
sure.
It's page 83.
83, let's see what's no, it's not 83. So what'd you say it was? 20 what?
35 was the fence neighbor.
35 is fence neighbor? Okay, maybe that's it.
And 36 was the pink carry-on suitcase. So there must be two neighbor reports right there together.
Let's see. Paddock was very strange. Never made eye contact, did not want to shake Redacted's hand when she first met him. They never had any friendly chats. Let's see. There's the fence. Okay, I'm not really interested in the fence too much. Never had any lights on the house. Sometime during the middle of the night, 2 or 3 a.m. Yeah, he's a weird dude. Let's see. Believes he had a gambler. Okay. Not usually wear glasses, but if he did, they were dark. Let's see. So she thinks it was 28th or 29th. She saw him in the driveway with his hands on his hips and seemed pissed. Paddock, this person, I guess, asked Paddock. I don't know why they fucking redacted asks, but whatever. Paddock if he was okay. And he later told her someone left a mark on his driveway, and he was really upset about it. The power company had been by that day to change meters, and they must have parked at his driveway and left a small dirt mark. Paddock was extremely upset about it. So that to me was interesting because that actually happened during this time frame, so 28th or 29th. And yeah, so he was triggered, man. He was triggered. He was definitely a triggered son of a bitch. And so there was that. That was kind of an interesting little thing there. He was kind of losing his shit. I don't know if we can get down to the earplugs because I don't remember what item number those were.
Well, the funny thing is I just dropped the link to the document form. So as long as they know that it's on the inventory list, I don't know, because people joined in later and didn't hear me say this before. For 5 years, we have all been cracking up and trying to make sense of why this guy had tissue in his ears instead of earplugs. Because everybody that shoots, I mean, you always have tons of those little plastic whatever earplugs or headphones in your range bag. So anyways, this inventory list we found in this document, actually there was an unopened package of ear protection plugs in one of the suitcases. So we're to surmise, I guess, that he did have earplugs with him, but he just had so many suitcases and so much crap he couldn't find them or didn't look. But I was cracking up when I saw those on the inventory list.
The inventory is interesting. I mean, here we got all the rifles and stuff like that. And they're removing all the stickers from the rifles and the bump stocks. So you're seeing like sticker removed from bump stock, and most of these are actually the same. 3/28/2013. So we can surmise that he got these bump stocks somewhere around 2013. I don't know if that's an inspection date or if that's the date it was sold. 3/27/2013, and these are all from the bump stock. So we have that. We also have how many bullets were in basically the magazines for each gun. That's actually in here, which is interesting. You get down towards the bottom, it starts to really not make any sense because they do skip around a lot in this. There's some numbers that you'll see them skip, 100 fucking items at once. So, we don't know what the fuck that was. I'm sure the conspiracy people will have a good time with that. But, you got stuff like fork from service car, mug from cart, piece of a mug from cart. There's all kinds of stuff in here. That's pretty normal. That's stuff you would expect to be normal. Vitamin water bottle with contents, which probably vitamin water. Box from the counter, magazine, from item 18. Go up to 18, you see that magazine came from, where is it? It's up here. That came from the Colt rifle. So they do explain, where they're getting all this stuff from. They do explain how many rounds were left in these magazines, and because they have a lot of addendums and stuff like that. One thing, did you see all the trays? Like I remember when we were talking about this, you were talking about how much shit he had. And I was looking at this last night. I'm like, he didn't have that much shit, really. I mean, he had some stuff, but I mean, a lot of this stuff is pretty easily understood. Like towards the bottom there, where he had like, I forget how many trays, like 20 trays or something on the ground. Did you see that? On the floor of the room?
Yeah, I'm following along in the chat because Joe's confused. Dub made one of his comments, like we all know and love Dub, and yeah. Joe doesn't know Dub, so he was questioning him. And about 6 of us put in there, "No, Joe, just let it go."
yeah, let it go.
So I love Dub, and Dub is welcome all the time.
There's
in
the
here.
piece of paper, 2,000 yards.
But with Joe being the survivor, it's like if you see comments like that, Joe, just let him roll by you.
Yeah, just ignore the guy, dude. Yeah. Magazines, cartridges. Let's see if we can get some good shit here. Suitcase from the Chrysler Pacifica. So this stuff is, a lot of this stuff is very, it's mixed up. It's all mixed up. But these are all the magazine, the cartridges. It'll tell you, this is item number 89 is the suitcase. You got 89-1, which is from 89. So there's a magazine in the suitcase. There's a cartridge from this magazine that was in the suitcase. There's, all that sort of stuff. So you can kind of follow along with that for the most part. I said, we do have a couple jumps, like, we go from 89 to 93. So there's some stuff missing, in the middle here. Not sure what that is. The Mossberg shotgun from Babbling Brook. So all of a sudden we jump from talking about the vehicle to Babbling Brook. So it's hard to follow along with for the most part. The Babbling Brook stuff, don't really care too much about. But some of the stuff is interesting. Like we don't have his clothes. Like they don't show his clothes on here or any of that sort of stuff. So this is not a complete list of everything. So you see 114 goes all the way to 423. So apparently whatever's in between there, they didn't feel like including for one reason or another. We do have fingerprints here. And, originally I was like, damn, dude, they got a lot of fingerprints because there's like a shit ton of them, down later. What these fingerprints, what somebody explained to me is chances are what these fingerprints are is they actually got fingerprints of people and included those as evidence. So this could have said Mary Lou Danley, this could have said Stephen Paddock. It doesn't mean they fingerprinted that truck and kept those fingerprints necessarily. It could just be that they got the fingerprints from them from some database and included those into evidence because they were finding them on, random items and shit. I don't know. This is the interesting one. This is the fucked up thing, right? So I always wonder what was in that stupid styrofoam cooler, and here it is. Foam ball in unopened plastic from styrofoam cooler. Oh,
this is great, you guys. You gotta listen to him.
Ski mask in unopened plastic from styrofoam cooler from Mandalay Bay hotel room. So that's what you had. And I think later or earlier, they did mention that there was actually another, there was a hat in the cooler as well. But so this guy had a ski mask up there. Like, what are you gonna do with a ski mask, bro? You ain't getting out of this room, dude. You bracketed your only fucking door, shut. So you ain't getting out of this room. So
the big thing to me was that the styrofoam ball was still in its packaging, and all of the theorizing we did about the styrofoam ball and the flowers that he bought at Walmart and what did he do with them and blah 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 blah. And it's like he never used the damn styrofoam ball.
No, it was sitting in the packaging in the cooler that was sitting on top of the mini fridge that he ordered.
Well, the funny thing too is Point and Stick and I had to like go back through the notes after we found out the ski mask was in the same thing as a styrofoam cooler, because we thought maybe he was going to put the ski mask on it like it was a head and put it in a window as a decoy.
Yeah,
Then
we
we
were
went
crazy
back
with
and
the
read again, and it
weirdness.
was only 6-inch diameter. So at that point, it's going, no, that's like way too small for the thing.
That's
And
a
I'm like,
shrunken head
well,
right
look,
there.
it was softball size. So yeah, we were on the phone just totally cracking jokes about the styrofoam ball.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what's in the cooler, which is interesting. I found what was in that backpack that he laid the guns on. There was a drill in that backpack, so they did mention that later in this too. But you know, he liked these 2 wrappers from the trash can. I believe earlier they mentioned that those were Reese's peanut butter cups wrappers. So he was a fan of the Reese's.
Empty Monster Energy can.
Yeah, but see, the Monster Energy can, now that was something that was kind of interesting, weird. But before we get there, let's see. You got this 3-in-1 endoscope cord from the trash can, Mandalay Bay hotel room. So I'm wondering if, like, what is the endoscope, man? Did he MacGyver that endoscope, and is that what he was using on the
one of those cameras
peephole?
Going out, looking out the, you know, he had everything MacGyverized around with the peepholes and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm
wondering if this is
or
the
he could have
peephole
been
cam.
using an endoscope on himself since he.
Oh man, no. You don't gotta go there.
I think he was live streaming this.
I don't, and not live streaming, dude. This wasn't like on Facebook Live or any shit like that. No, if he was doing anything, man, I mean, he could have had it going to, you know, somebody watching it, but I don't think he was live streaming this shit. So 3-in-1 endoscope cord, trash can, which is interesting. That's just the cord, right? So that means he took the, you know, he probably took it apart. So I'm wondering if that was the peephole cam, most likely. They do talk later about the cord they took from the peephole cam. Let's see what else we got. We got anything else? So like, there's a lot of this shit where, you know, tape from the trash can, and then they took tape off the tape that was in the trash can, and they took tissue from the trash can. Then they took tape off the tissue that was in the trash can, then a label off the tissue that was in the trash can, then tape off of the fucking tissue that was in the trash. It's just weird, man. It's crazy. They're pretty fucking thorough in this shit, but you know, like I said, they didn't include everything.
Should you stop for a breath and let Edward and Matt say hello or something? Neither of them have said a peep.
I'm sorry. I was waiting for you guys to break in.
They never do. They never interrupt. You got to like pause and tell them to talk.
No, I'm intrigued because this is all new shit for me. I don't recall any of this. So.
Well, this just came out, and we didn't really release it until Michelle came on earlier because it was her thing, her FOIA that came back. So we were like,
right. Yeah, I'm getting
waiting
that.
for her to do her thing, and now that she did her thing, we can all, you know, there's the link, and everyone can read it themselves and pick different things that they want or whatever. And we're hoping some people will breathe new life into this.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's new stuff.
Matt, you got anything?
I think I put Matt to sleep. That seems to be a common thing, man. A lot of people like to say that I put him to sleep at night.
Edward's not asleep. Neither's Matt. Matt was asleep earlier. Oh, I know where Matt is. If Matt's muted and hasn't said a word, he's out on his balcony doing you know what.
Oh, okay.
$10 says he comes back in a minute and says hello.
That's cool. So key from console in the car, 2 keys. There were 2 keys in the Chrysler Pacifica, and there was also 2 garage door openers, which is interesting, right? Think about that. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean to you? What does that tell you? What do you think that was?
Garage door openers and 2 keys.
Yeah. It's weird, right? It's weird.
I always have 2 sets of keys with me.
See, that's why I'm not letting you talk, dude. You guys don't talk, man. You guys are letting me talk.
It's because you like to make sense of things that we don't. I always have 2 sets of keys in my car with me. Only 1 garage door opener, but I also have zip ties in case I got somebody's wrists. So just because he had 2 sets of keys in his car, it's like, why do you think that's weird?
I love it how my voice puts everyone to sleep.
I have my set of keys in case I lose the other set. That's why there's 2.
Yeah, but like he left him in the console as Chrysler Pacifica. It's weird. That's a strange thing. And then why do you have 2 garage door openers? Like,
because he was going to give one to somebody else. That to me is the only reason you'd have both.
See, there you go. Now you're going conspiracy. That's where
yes, you're going to meet up with your accomplice, your girlfriend, someone else that's coming in a rental car and doesn't already have a garage door opener, and you're going to be like, here it is.
Yeah,
because like that is the only reason I would ever give somebody my garage door opener is if we were like on a trip and they were meeting me there, and you don't want to like pack that in your suitcase. So yeah, the other one you would not have 2 in your car. I don't believe he was going to.
I mean, I don't. Like I said, I wasn't going to go there. I just I
was going to hook up with his cousins at the Mob Museum and the Children's Museum. So he
and hand him a garage door opener.
Here you go. Yeah.
Why? But yeah, just weird stuff, why you have 2 garage door openers in one car. That's kind of strange. The keys, who knows what those keys were to? I mean, they could have been to a fucking lockbox or bank box. Who the fuck knows? Could have been to a locker. Who knows? They had the Mandalay Bay parking pass. Didn't know Mandalay Bay had parking passes, but whatever. Valet receipt, tire pressure, whatever. But that stuck out to me as something kind of interesting in the vehicle. There's the personal massagers, our favorite, item number 469, personal massager from item 84 of Mandalay Bay Hotel Room. Item 84 is, they do have, I believe, item 86, but they don't tell us item 84. So you were talking about how, because item 84 and item 86 are obviously going to be luggage. And they do later mention item 86 because there's the screwball thing about this. What really is frustrating with this whole thing is you got personal massager from item 84, Mandalay Bay Hotel.
2 of them.
Okay, that doesn't mean this item number. This item number is not the same. This is for some weird ass reason. Item 84. If you go up here, it's a gun, and it's labeling this here as item 83. But item 83.
But then a lot of these things say like in reference to whatever, so it's like you've got to go through and figure out what suitcase what crap was in.
Yes. So later we do find a suitcase, and it's like down here in like number 800 and something or something crazy. And it will say suitcase found in the room, and it will say, item 83 for the suitcase, or item 84 or 6 or whatever, because those are both suitcases. So that's part of the pain in the ass of this whole thing, is that they screw you up with these item numbers, which really don't mean anything, except that they're jumping around on them from time to time. But those item numbers really don't mean anything. The only thing that means something is this one here and this one here. Well, you can't even see my little. Oh yeah, you can see my little hand running around. So that's all really matters on this stuff. And that's why it's all out of order. It's all screwball. But you do see, some of the item numbers and stuff. So if you're cross-referencing like what's in bags and stuff like that, it's going to be a pain in the ass. But there's your personal massagers. So that's all good. Let's see. So what else we got down here? I'm trying to find.
Hang on. I got to interrupt you again because we have a couple new chatters. I don't want anyone in the chat fighting and arguing. This is the 3rd time I've repeated this, but I want to stress that we have a survivor in the chat, not up on the screen with us, but in the chat. So kind of zip your lip on some of the stuff that usually you're allowed to say and talk about, just out of respect for him. Fellow Mon.
Yeah, no sleeves and silly putty.
And fellow Mon, Alan Putty, I don't know what you're talking about, Jews or whatever, but whoever's in there talking about Jews and country music and weird stuff like that, just stop, because that's weird. This isn't going to turn into like a religious thing. Okay, go back on.
Whatever. You guys, registration is insurance, right? Plastic sleeve from Global. And just stop me if you got something to say about some of this shit, because
Yeah, Edward and Matt, go ahead and jump in. I'm kind of trying to follow the chat and put little messages up on the screen, but I don't know where Matt went.
So he wore glasses, case with eyeglasses from Glovebox. So, that's legit. So whether he did go buy the eyeglass repair kit or not it could be legit. man, yeah, that'd be ugly, man. But that would put the Joanna Magnusock fucking story, back on the table right there. He also has eyeglasses in the room. This one's in the car.
Anyone know Lori? She
Who?
wants to know what this garbage is, and I don't know who she is, so I don't know what she's referring to.
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
What's up with the AOL chat room users?
AOL chat room.
We don't have AOL chat room users. What are you talking about?
No. I'm scrolling through the document. They're talking about AOL chat room users.
Because this document digs way deep into his past. So we found stuff in here from like 2006, 2007. So if you're seeing AOL stuff, it might be from, if Pointed Stick reads the date, it might be something from really, really old that they pulled his records from.
Yeah, it was something where it sounded like somebody was in these chat rooms and was, because it's all redacted. That one's redacted like crazy. And that made it sound like it was.
Yeah, they leaked your name accidentally once. Oops.
Leaked whose name?
The document did. It said specifically, Green likes to talk in AOL political chat rooms, such as
Yeah, I think.
Oops, I got to redact that.
Somebody must have said that they saw.
Lori is saying our feedback is horrible. Does anyone else in the chat have a problem with hearing us or feedback? Because my sound sounds okay.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything personally. Unless they're talking about the feedback on this stuff and they don't like me.
No, I would think they're talking about radio feedback. But anyways, okay.
Everyone else hates me.
No one else is saying the sound's bad, so
okay. All right.
Maybe she doesn't like our feedback of what we're
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. And that's fine. That's all good. That's your so we got all this stuff. There's gonna be a lot of this plastic bag from cargo area, and then unknown substance removed from that plastic bag. Item 3A. So that bag's in the report. Those bags are in the report. That's the tannerite bag. Unknown substances. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't. At this point, whenever this was created, which was I don't think it says two. I don't know if that's the second, but whenever this was created, obviously they didn't know that was tannerite, and or they didn't want to say it was tannerite at this point, concisively or whatever, however you want to put that. But jars, all these jars with content, they're all from the Chrysler Pacifica. Those are probably the tannerite jars that he had in there. I don't know why they call them jars, but I guess for lack of a better term.
Pointed Stick, did you find anything scrolling through there? Robert wants to know what happened to the memory cards for the laptops. Was there any thumb drives or anything like that of his?
No,
they're still hiding those from us, guys.
In fact, on this, they don't even mention the computers. They're not even on this list. There's a lot of things that aren't on this list, like Mary Lou Danley's, player's card.
Well, it might not be a complete list either, because remember the other inventory list that I sent you last night?
Yeah.
That has the bear mace on it. I had to prove that I knew I saw that somewhere. But anyways, some of that stuff isn't on this list. So it's like they must add different groups collecting different stuff and sending it to get analyzed.
Well, I don't know where this list came from. I don't know who generated this list. That's the problem. So
it looks fake typed up to me, FBI laboratory. But I think this list is saying that these were the things they sent in to actually get, DNA or whatever, fingerprint analyzed. And the other inventory lists we have are just lists of things that were collected. This, to me, looks like the lab sheet.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
But there's weird stuff on it for it being the lab sheet. But I watch a lot of trials, and it's like they always have the guy on the stand from the FBI laboratory, and they kind of explain their list as the stuff that was given to them to run the, DNA, fingerprints, all that kind of analysis on. But find out if it was human blood or animal blood. But so I think that's not a complete inventory list. That's just the stuff they were sent to maybe test.
The seat right here you got from 545, it jumps all the way to 3,611. So yeah, this is obviously not a complete list. See, there's more stuff that was actually probably, well, I would think was sent to the lab. I don't know who generated this or how it was generated or why it was generated. I don't know. This stuff they found in Babbling Brook, don't care. They took 2 wrapped soap bars, but from Vanity of room 135. And the other thing that we have here that's interesting is you'll see 32135D. Now D is the bathroom, of 135. That's the section of the room that they're using to signify with D. Let's see, cartridge from trash can, Mandalay Bay. C, I believe the C1, and anything with the C in it, I believe is the room he was the bedroom in the Mandalay Bay, which a lot of magazines in here, a lot of cartridges. Sealed package with drill bit from dresser. Yeah, see, this is a dresser with the drill bit, which we see in the photos. C2. So this is the bedroom stuff. I got a couple A5s here. I believe A5 is the main area. I believe all the A stuff is the main area there, the bar and stuff like that. But yeah, he had a screwdriver, scissors, pliers, holster, adapter with cord. And this is an A5, so this is most likely going to the NRAM monitor or the laptop. So who knows? Either way, lots of piece of paper. There's the binoculars. He had a portable solar generator. Now
that's weird.
I'm guessing what that is that's a cell phone charger. It's a solar cell phone charger. I don't know for sure.
That's what I would think, is that it was almost like his bank. He had so many computers and phones and all kinds of crap up there that he probably wanted them like all in one section to like. Plus, if the power.
Well, this is in 134.
Well, the thing is, though, is sometimes when there's a little attack going on, the building or company or whatever will just cut the power. So he might have had his backup just in case. They first started hearing shooting and then boom.
Yeah, but that's not going to like power. It's not going to power much. But yeah, I mean,
but he only needed those cameras powered. That was his main thing he needed.
Well, he wouldn't need the laptop powered in the
laptop is what he was watching the cameras from.
And the NRAM monitor, I don't know if that had a power supply on its own. I don't know.
Does anybody remember that silver box that was in there?
In 134?
Yes.
135.
The silver box.
No, this is 134.
No, but that silver box, I always thought it was a big argument between everyone, but I always thought that it was some sort of a powering device because I found one online.
Yeah.
That it was a backup power thing, but then somebody said no, it was a casino box, probably had chips in it, and there was all these different theories going around. But I remember there was a good month of arguing about that silver box between the channels and the chatters.
And also, you guys are talking about the 2 garage door openers.
Yeah.
He did have another house, so that could have been for the other house.
Oh, there we go.
Damn. I knew when Matt chimed in, he'd say,
there we go. That's
okay.
why you're here. That's why we're friends.
Well, I mean, think about it. I mean, the guy had 2 homes, right? He had one in Mesquite and one in, I don't know where else in Nevada. But that's...
He had one in Mesquite, Texas, and Mesquite, Nevada, and Reno. Joe Napoli said, why did the FBI say they recovered the bullet that Paddock used to take his own life, but his autopsy shows no exit wound?
Well, it would have been inside of his
brain. When they did
brain.
The autopsy, they scooped it out. Because remember, they sent his brain to Stanford to be analyzed?
Yeah, they would have taken the bullet out, I would think.
During the autopsy, when they sliced him up. Yeah, because there were probably other holes in his head, like he blew his eye sockets out and stuff, so they probably, I'm figuring like, a hollowed out watermelon where you're just shaking it and the bullet they found.
Well, I don't think that, but they would have had to get some pliers and dig up in there, I would think. But all right, so yeah, the garage door.
They just didn't choose to do that, though. I mean,
why wouldn't they? Like, why would you not? Like, you're going to send that brain out.
I figure they would have extracted that bullet, right?
Yeah, I would think they would have extracted it. Yeah, so, I mean, Oh man, why you put that up, dude? Someone would have thrown. Wait, what did that say, dude? That was gold right there. And
Which
someone
thing?
shot themselves, the gun would have been thrown at his feet, not above his head. If you shoot yourself, you ain't throwing nothing. You're kind of done. That's the way that works. That's the way that works. When you shoot
Well,
yourself
I
in the
looked
Everyone
mouth,
at
look at
it two
everyone look
ways.
at
If
you're
you shoot
when
yourself, the gun could drop to the floor, but the pressure of the gun, like the kickback, could go up over your head. So I
yeah,
could go either way with where the gun landed.
yeah, yeah. You're not
right.
Well, it also
Well, who
depends.
watched?
He
Billy's
could have
You ever
been
watched
sitting
asking,
what
down too.
Bud Dwyer?
what kind of gun was he shot with and at what range? Do you guys, any of you guys study the gun stuff? It's been so long, and I kind of
was
let
who
Chris
shot with?
Thompson
Wasn't
handle it.
it?
Paddock.
Wasn't it a 38?
Yeah, it was a
It
38
was a
that he had.
revolver,
Yeah.
There
and
was
he
no
It was a
put it in
38.
range.
his mouth. Yeah,
There
he
was
put it in
there was
his
no
mouth and
range.
blew his head off. Really,
Yeah,
but not
yeah. There was
really.
no
I don't
range.
even
It's
think it was
basically
that.
just like what happened to Bud Dwyer, but Bud Dwyer used a 357.
That name sounds familiar, but I don't know why.
I don't think that
He
was
shot
Paddock
himself
on
in
the
the
floor.
mouth. He did a press conference and shot himself live
Oh,
years ago.
jeez. Damn, you went dark. You went dark with that one. Whew. Okay. Yeah, I remember that. Whew. That was something to see, man. Um, okay, so here was interesting, man. This is something I always wondered about. Backpack from the floor, Mandalay Bay hotel room, item 110. Drill with drill bit and battery from Mandalay Bay hotel room. Um, item let's see, 158. I thought it said it was in the bag. Am I tripping?
Well, they never
Wait,
mentioned that
say
before.
that again.
Oh, I think it was.
On
It
watching
was,
the
right?
chatters.
Drill with bit and battery from Manly Bay hotel room. Yeah, no, that's a different one. That's even in a different room. That's
He
in
had
the
like 3 drills or something.
yeah, but
Some
the
had
backpack
cords,
bothers
some
me,
were
man.
corded.
Yeah, I read this shit at like 4 in the morning, so
Well, he
this
probably,
I'm all screwed up.
that's what I was telling you about, where you have to go back and print these pages out and cross match what was in the bag. And eventually you're going to be like, okay, he had these things in the backpack, these things in suitcase A, because once you see what's in each backpack, because they cross reference stuff, you'll be like, okay, that was his go bag for when he was going to go, drill all the holes and set up the room. Then you
There's his
probably see
wallet.
another bag that had all his protection in it, and I'm sure there's a suitcase full of gloves.
Yeah, but I want to know what was
They've
in that
got this
stupid
all mixed
backpack.
up. Yeah.
That makes me mad.
I like
so
all
that
this fingerprints of redacted. It's like, why can't we know that?
because those are names, right? So they probably fingerprinted everybody who's on that
Oh,
floor.
I think
They
they
probably
said they
fingerprinted.
fingerprinted all previous guests, like tons of them.
Well, this is probably, Nancy the maid, and then this is probably, Jesus Campos, and I mean, there's probably fingerprints of everybody that worked there, and I don't think these are fingerprints that were taken off of anything. I think these are actually just people that were fingerprinted, probably working for the Mandalay Bay, because there's way too many of them, and and these fingerprints were sent to the lab, for just to as they're going through the investigation, they can pull them up and process them. I'm guessing that's all that is, but I don't know. Of course. Let's see, fingerprints and palm prints of Stephen Craig Paddock. See, they put his name down there. They didn't care about that.
Good night, Smokey. Smokey's going to bed.
And there's the baby monitor, camera with the cable. Okay. From A5. So that was the people cam. Yeah, it had to be the people cam. They don't have the cameras. The Logitechs aren't on here on this particular one, because they don't have anything, I believe, from the hallway here. And then there's a cooler again. Fingerprints, palm prints, disc containing recorded images. What do you think that is? Disc containing recorded images. Now, of course, they're not saying that this is found in the room. They're not saying it was found anywhere. They're just saying that they put into evidence a disc containing recorded images. Doesn't that strike you strange? Anybody?
Yes.
Anybody? I mean,
like,
to me,
I'm going through the chat trying to put their stuff up on the screen to keep them engaged, and I'm just cracking up at some of these questions. But I wanted to say, because they keep bringing up the Tropicana roof runner,
Oh,
I have
yeah.
some footage from someone that was at the concert where they are hiding in a closet at the Tropicana, and they're all out of breath. And when they get in there, they're telling them, "Yeah, we were running on the roof of the Tropicana, and we tried hiding here, and we're so glad you guys opened the door and let us in," and blah 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 blah. Well, the girl's name is Candy Dunbar, and she was with her fiance, and they ended up in a closet with these 3 other people. But what is significant about this is that she is the sister of Kai Dunbar, the guy in 2014 that got caught with all those guns up in Mandalay Bay, if you remember hearing that story. So I think it's very, very weird that he was maybe going to do a mass shooting, and then years later, his sister happens to be at this concert when this crap happens. So, anyways, that's just a little tidbit of info. But I have a video from like years ago I made about that. So, anyways, I just wanted to throw that in because they were yakking
Yeah.
about the Tropicana roof, that she was up there. That doesn't mean she's the one we see in the CCTV, depending on what time it is, but she definitely was on the roof at one point.
I'm sorry. It's just I got caught up reading what Joe Napoli was writing on here. Huh. All right. Let's see. So yeah, but the discontinued recorded images, that's I don't know. I mean, because Mandalay Bay, when they gave them the footage, they gave it to them on thumb drives. That's actually in here. I don't know what this,
Discontinued footage.
yeah, I don't know what that was about. So I didn't unless they're talking about the discontaining. I don't know.
But
But
why would footage ever be discontinued?
No, not discontinued. It's a discontaining recorded image.
yeah, it says
So it
discontaining recorded images, right?
Oh, okay.
So right here,
I'm just
3553,
listening
it
to
says
that.
discontaining recorded images. So, I mean, that stuck out because, like, you know, what is that, right? The images from the Mandalay Bay were put on a thumb drive, I believe, and that's in this report, or it's in this FOIA. So I don't know what this is right here. Let's see what else we got. Strap from Mandalay Bay. Okay, so yeah, straps on the table. We see that. A seal bag with cable from table Mandalay Bay room. Okay, and of course we're in the room now, so it's C1. Starbucks double shot espresso can with contents from refrigerator and 135. So there you go. Here's your weird stuff. The Monster Energy
Oh,
can
here
with
we go.
contents from refrigerator in room.
The Monster. I laughed when I saw that. I'm like, where's this Jägermeister? Because that's
He
my
had it.
drink.
He had a shit ton of San
Jägermeister and
Pellegrino.
Monster half and half on a tall glass of ice.
But see, this stuff was in the refrigerator. So are we talking about a mini bar, or are we talking about stuff that he
The
brought?
Monster Energy drink, I'm going to guess he bought in a gift shop. I mean, I can't imagine those little mini bars would have. If I ever saw a little miniature Monster, I'd be like saving it as
Well, it might not be miniature, dude. They put bottles of water in
Oh,
there, all
you're
kinds of shit.
right. They do put some regular size stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I
Yeah.
haven't looked in one of those in a long time. I remember when we were kids, my mom would be like, "You're not allowed to even open the door of that." And my mom was a smacker and a hitter. So as I grew up, even as an adult, it was like you'd go to open the door of the mini bar just to take a peek, and it's like you'd get that little thought in your head from your mom. You'd be like, "No, I'm not even looking." I knew if I looked, I'd start drinking, and those things cost a fortune.
Yeah. So I mean, this could have just been mini bar crap. I don't know. It's hard to say because to just have just this, like the espresso, the energy drink, and San Pellegrino it being the only things in the mini bar, that's weird. That's weird because they don't, you know, everything else they list out in detail as far as, you know, every single one. But here they only put those 3. So I don't know what that's, you know, alluding to. He had a lighter. Okay. I think there was some argument about him having a lighter at some point, being a smoker. I don't remember. That was a long
Wasn't a
time
smoker.
ago. Glass cutter, top drawer of dresser. There's a glass cutter. That's on top drawer of the dress. So it's in the dresser. So
That was in the dresser, but those suction things were in the bathtub. And
yeah,
it's
those
like,
are in the
that
bathtub.
was weird. Like,
Those
did
are
you
on
really
here
think
too.
he was going to cut that window?
See, there's your fire extinguisher in A5. That was behind. That was in one of the photos. That's a little red can. That's what everyone thought was a bear mace. So I don't know about the bear mace, man. I'm still like I don't know. Let's see, bottle with contents from bottom dresser drawer. Yeah, whatever. Water, who knows? Drill bit set, bag, knife. He had a knife. Let's see.
Don't you guys always carry knives with you when you go to hotels?
You know what? I used to carry a knife everywhere, but
I always have one.
yeah, I don't know about. I mean,
I'm partial to box cutters because if you've got those in your car in your pocket or whatever, and a cop does harass you,
he had
it
two of
doesn't
those.
look like you're like a knife person. You're like, oh, I use this for work or whatever.
You
I
look like a
forgot it was
terrorist that's
there.
going to hijack a plane instead.
Well, come on. They already were at my house on a domestic terrorism
Yeah.
prank call. So it's like, I don't know if I ever get pulled over, if there's something in the computer and they're going to tear my car apart.
They find a box cutter and they're going to be watching the airports.
And what does CS do when they show up at the house too?
When I flew last week, I got
No,
a strip search bomb check.
Awesome.
They didn't make me take my
Oh,
clothes
of course
off,
you
but
did.
you know where the lady pats you down and lifts under your bra and up your butt and takes that paper and rubs it all over you, then sends it through a machine. And I'm like, I had not one piece of metal on me on purpose because I'm like a professional jump in and out through that security line. And she's doing this, and I'm like, there is something because of that fake cop report in my record someplace. Because I'm like, why are they doing this? I had no metal, not even a bra with a wire in it. I made sure there was no metal on me. She goes, oh, I'm checking for explosives. like,
wow.
Like, okay. And the thing is when I was younger, I used to every single time get the explosives check. And I was like, am I on some like mini list?
Yeah, don't touch my boobs.
When
They
the
might
police showed up at
explode.
your house, didn't you rack your gun anyway, like, so they could hear it through the door?
Oh,
or
when they
something?
came to the
Or
house, oh yeah,
no,
I
right?
racked it right in front of the window. But I don't. That they didn't really react to that. They were just banging at the door. But they had their big, ARs or whatever strapped to them. So they're just banging on the door, going, "You open up the door." And I'm like, "Well, who is it?" And they're saying who they are, and I'm like, "Well, can you prove it?" Because I'm picturing like, what if it's a couple like kids coming to rob me, and they're just gonna say they're cops. So it was actually, now I look back at it, it's kind of really hilarious. But the night it happened, I was pissed. They were in my house going, ma'am, we got a domestic terrorism, call on you. You shouldn't be joking about, because I was kind of laughing at first. It's like, why are you here? So, anyways, that was Joe Napoli never heard that story. It's a good one.
You never heard that story? That's a good story.
Oh, yeah. And they were at my house. It was a Vegas chatter that had called this fake call in. So they came to my house on this domestic terrorism call from California. And then towards the end of their little visit, because I let them in the house, I was reprimanded and told not to do this Vegas stuff anymore and to stay off the computer and get off YouTube. And they go through this whole spiel. And I'm like, okay, you guys can't tell me not to do that. I haven't done anything wrong. So yeah, it was quite the thing. But at the same time that happened, another YouTuber had another YouTuber show up in his driveway to have like a little fight. So there was some drama and weird stuff going on a couple years ago. So
Gee, I wonder who that could have been.
Yeah.
Everybody.
That was a hell of a day.
Man, I'll tell you what, he couldn't have timed that any perfectly though, because one of them was like, "Well, who is it?" He's like, "It's my turbo asshole," whatever he said.
Oh
like,
yeah,
that was timed perfectly.
He was funny when he did that. I mean, all of this stuff's funny now, but when it was happening, it's like they were calling people's jobs, their bosses. My daughter got a call from somebody faking to be whatever, threatening if you don't get your mom to stop, da 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 da. And it's like, really, you're not. I mean, my daughter's an adult, but it's like, it was crazy the stuff that these other YouTubers were doing to each other. So.
Yeah.
It's every community too. I'm in another community in YouTube, and it's the same shit over there too.
There's crazy people all over the internet.
I say bring it on.
But yeah, don't say that.
Except when they went after my.
Okay, there it is. This is the earplug.
Yeah, digital rangefinder. Had one of those. You saw the earplugs. Let's see, a box from dresser, rubber bands or
Hello, Gravy.
screwdriver, Allen wrench. Yeah, and then you had a bunch of Allen wrenches, but as we described, those come in a set of 30 sometimes. So
Alan would probably know.
Alan would think he'd know. Oh shit. Okay. Lock and 2 keys. So there were a lot of these locks. Now, I was kind of originally, I was like, well, who would carry a freaking box of locks around? But I think what these are,
a little luggage lock.
Exactly. I think these are the luggage locks, because later we do have a lock from a luggage, from one of the luggage things. Yeah. See, here we go. Unopened package with lock. Oh no, that's not it. But we do have one that does say, lock from.
Oh, it does say it. I just read it. Where does it say?
Yeah.
Lock from luggage box. Yep.
Yeah.
Lock and then from suitcase on Chase Lounge. I made right there.
Here's the ammunition boxes. Now, what's crazy about the ammunition boxes, that means he loaded all this shit, right? He loaded that. And I remember JB doing a video back in the day where he's like, dude, after like 30 rounds, putting it into a clip, your fingers start to hurt. And this guy did hundreds, it looks like, from the looks of it. All these plastic bags, those are probably just the wrapping from, random, things in here. These trays were kind of interesting. I was going through pictures trying to figure out what the fuck are these trays, because they're everywhere. They're all over, C1.
The trays were weird. Like, did he stock up food? Just never.
No. There's a simple explanation, dude, that I think explains that. I think
Mr. Allen Jr., you have a simple explanation for the trays.
Yeah. No, I do. I mean, it's got to make sense, right? This has to make sense. There's no way this does not make fucking sense. Not like the FBI went and threw a bunch of fucking
they
trays.
They could have just handed this piece of paper to somebody and said, type us up a list, because half the fit report looks like they had 6th graders do it.
So when you open up the ammunition box, so of course you're probably gonna get the plastic wrapping from the top. I don't know if the ammunition boxes are wrapped. I don't care. But in the ammunition box, there's a bunch of bullets, right? Well, the bullets are not just thrown in there. They're put on these little trays. You following me?
Wait, back up. I was looking at the chat. Say that last sentence.
All right. So we're talking about like these ammunition boxes in C1 here in the, the bedroom. So you got these ammunition boxes. Plastic bags, don't care about, because like I said, that's probably just wrapping, maybe even from these ammunition boxes. Once you get down below that, you have these trays, and they're in the same spot. So what happens is, the ammunition doesn't come just fucking loosely thrown into a box. It comes on these little trays, right?
That does make sense. You're right.
Okay. All right. We're in agreement.
But my little trays have little slots for the circles for each bullet. So
yeah, exactly.
Around in the box.
Exactly.
So you think that's what they mean by the trays?
I think that's what these trays are. And that was actually Diane helped me out with that. Let's see, cardboard. Yeah, who cares?
Good night, Joe. Thanks for coming in and joining us.
All right, bro. So there's your lock from the suitcase on Chase Lounge. So there we have an explanation of what those locks were. So that was kind of cool. Box cutter. There's his box cutter. His terrorist knife. Screwdriver from the dresser. Screwdriver bit from the dresser. Yeah, okay. Ammunition boxes. More ammunition boxes. So yeah, I mean that would explain all the plastic wrapping and shit, and all the trays. All these trays. Lots of trays. There's M Life Platinum card named Steve Paddock on the bed. That was on the bed. They took the hairdryer. Who cares? Bag of Q-tips. Dude, this guy like cleaning.
Also on the bed. Here's a weird one. Folder bearing notations beginning 7/02/368/1980 from bed in room 32-135.
Oh yeah,
that's TD Ameritrade.
Yes, I looked it up too.
That's the phone number for TD Ameritrade.
It's a particular girl's phone number from CD Ameritrade, and I don't remember. She's in Henderson, I believe.
Are you talking about the little Indian girl you were telling me about last night?
I believe she's in Henderson. I don't remember. You have it up? What's her name?
I don't have it pulled up.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm playing with the chat. I'm letting you guys all talk, and I'm playing with the chat and just interrupting.
Yeah, no problem.
In the middle of sentences.
I just went to number lookup real quick and looked it up, and I was like,
if you look it up, it comes up with a girl's name, and it's the CD Ameritrade. If you click on that, it'll tell you. I believe her office is in Henderson. I forget what her name is, but her name was. Oh shit! You're gonna make me look it up. Let's see. What is it? It's 72368. Let's see. Let me try and do this without.
702-368-1990.
I should have had it on here. No, I don't. It wouldn't be on here. 702. Whoops.
It's
68. Whoops.
368.
1980, right? Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Yep.
TD Ameritrade, Henderson, Nevada. The girl's name is Darlene Wright. She's a branch manager.
Okay.
So that's what that phone number leads to. Which
That's
is
just weird. How, I mean, that number was scribed on that.
Yeah. Well, it says bearing notation beginning in that. So I don't know. Is this chick his little broker or something? And is that where the money's at? I don't know. There's suction cups, right? We got keys, pens. I'm guessing those keys are actually for the oh god, just up above this we had the locks on the luggage on the chaise lounge. Guessing that's where the keys are from, is for those locks, because there's two here. There were two up there. And those keys are pretty generic. You could probably just use a screwdriver. Let's see, suction cup. There's the folder. Yeah, I'm bearing that. Now on the bed. Notepad from Babbling Brook. Yeah, don't care. Let's see, folder from bedroom 32135. So there are two folders there. Now all these pieces of paper, I was kind of tripping on these. Piece of paper beginning in hand, frequency, probability. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Until you get down here, they say piece of paper beginning induces wild strategy. So all these pieces of paper were his little gambling, guides or whatever, I think. And strategy play occurrences. So yeah, it's probably all just gambling stuff. Safe instructions. Who cares? That's part of the room. Piece of paper getting 29 SI3. I don't know what that is. I don't even want to try, because it's in the middle of all this crap. Deuces wild, strategy, royal flush. It's gambling stuff. I really don't care. Glass from Mandalay Bay room. Glass from okay. Bag from the room. Nail clippers. Yeah, nail clippers. Okay. Bottle, can. I mean, it almost sounds like this little travel bag is like he's gonna stay a while. Like, don't you just clip your nails at home and then just do
I always take nail clippers on vacation.
Okay, so I guess it is the thing.
Actually, right. I keep them in my purse. In my purse. This might be why they always stop me in security. They've never taken anything except once they took mace, but I always put two things in my purse or my carry-on just to see if they catch it, just to know how safe their TSA really is.
You're
and
fucking,
I take nail
files,
clippers, scissors, but they've never said, hey, you have this in your luggage, we got to throw it away. They did one time with mace, but all the other stuff, it's like they've never pulled it out and thrown it away.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's kind of like, I don't think that's why I'm on the list. I think I'm just on the list from when I was a kid and my family background.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see, ammunition box.
Yeah.
Is tape from floor. Here's weird, dude. 2 fishing nets. He had 2 fishing nets.
I thought the fishing nets were crazy.
Yeah,
anyone in the chat that has an idea of why Paddock would have had 2 fishing nets, does it say specifically in there that they were from his home or in one of these rooms?
No, it's in the room. It's C1, which is the bedroom.
Okay, why would the guy, we're going to have a contest here to see who comes up with the best answer.
The craziest answer.
What the hell does he have 2 fishing nets in the room for? I mean, was he maybe going to use them? Oh, shell catchers.
Oh, you got a point there. Yeah, that's possible.
I just started thinking of Hoover with the helicopters and everyone talking about the brass catchers. So I wonder if he actually thought fishing nets, he maybe was going to remember on the counter when we saw so many rolls of tape and we were like, what the hell's he got all these different things of tape up here? People were like, well, he had to tape up cords and blah, 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 blah. Maybe he was going to tape those fishing
possible.
nets to his guns, like how people like sometimes will tape a flashlight like that to
But
their
you ain't
rifle.
gonna be taping that stuff to your guns as you're firing, as you're switching guns. The next gun,
Alan said maybe part of the snorkel kit. There was packaging for the snorkel kit. It wasn't just a loose snorkel.
Well, yeah, it
He
comes
was
with
at the pool store. Maybe he bought a whole little kid's pool set.
It usually comes with a mask and a snorkel, sometimes little fins. But
Pointed Stick Fawn Spy wants to know if it says the size.
It doesn't say. No, it doesn't say. It just says fishing.
Then they could just do the small fishing nets that comes with the fucking snorkel kit that the kids have.
Yeah, why would it have two?
Yeah, Chris says that's about as retarded as the blue hose. But I think the answer's right about they came with the snorkel kit. Who said that? Tell me it's not Alan.
It was Alan, I think.
Oh, damn it. It was Alan.
Oh. Well,
shit.
Yeah.
Shit.
Well, Alan brings some common sense, you know.
I know, but Alan, we always made fun of him that he always thinks he's right about everything, and then that's the answer that I think is right.
Fishing net from floor Mandalay Bay hotel room. Yeah. So I mean, it's possible, but why two? I don't know. You know, I don't know.
You come full circle, Captain.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I completely agree with that answer, but it's the best one you got.
Yeah, somebody get an answer in there that beats Alan, please.
I don't care about that, but deposit slips, charger.
And Fawn Spy says it depends on the type of fish net. Yeah, if it's not given a good, like, are we talking like the ones you use in your aquarium at home to catch a goldfish, or are we talking about like the big ones fishermen use?
I don't know.
You know, to scoop the bass out of the water.
They're on the floor in his hotel room, and it's in the actual room, and it's let's see, quadrant would be C1.
No net comes with the snorkel kit. Fawn Spy probably just looked it up.
Yeah, I didn't see it either when I looked these things up. I think it was a U.S. divers snorkel.
Oh, so Alan's wrong.
Robert, we had said earlier when you just asked about the tissue in his ears, on the inventory list that's in this document that we just got, they actually have an unopened package of earplugs that they took out of one of his suitcases.
Yeah, so the dude
actually had ear protection with him at the hotel and probably couldn't figure out what suitcase it was in, so he threw the tissues in. So the tissue mystery kind of is solved from this document we just got.
So we got like all
because we said for the longest time, who would not buy a pair of earplugs? Go down to the, gift shop and grab a pair. Yeah, dude, So he had a pair of earplugs. He just couldn't find them.
He had them. He just couldn't find them. He had a whole package.
Yeah, and so we got MLife cards in the trash can. 1, 2, 3, 4. He threw 4 of them in the trash. I don't know why. He had one up on the bar top. You got San Pellegrinos, Aranciata Rosa, with contents in the refrigerator. So you got 3 of those. So I'm guessing, I don't know if he really liked this stuff or if that was, something that was in the room. Let's see, there's all the magazines. And originally I was like, like I said, I read this like 5 a.m, man. I'm like, dude, this guy likes to read. This is crazy. But no, these are just
yeah, those are different magazines.
Yeah, different kind of magazines.
I like to read.
Let's see, foam from item. Yeah, so these are foam from this box. Let's see, plastic from the box, cord from the box.
What, foam from a box? Is that like the styrofoam that's inside a laptop box or whatever?
Yeah.
What's foam?
Yeah, and I think this was the ANRAM box because this is in the room, and I believe the ANRAM box was sitting on the floor of the bedroom. And so we got the foam from the box. There's a box inside the box. There's another box inside the box, and there's plastic from in the box and more plastic and stuff like that. There's a cord in the box that you can use, and a manual from
Those are the cameras and shit, or whatever.
Yeah. So that's probably all the 2 cords that he didn't need to use.
Is
more
Matt
magazines
still with us?
I'm here.
Okay.
More magazines. So apparently you like to read.
Just interrupt anytime. Pointed Stick will never shut up if you don't jump.
Angela G was in the basement at one point.
Oh, you kept on
She
her.
just put a message that she had to
Was
go.
Angela in the basement?
No, I don't see her.
Oh.
She's babysitting her grandson tonight, so she said she was going to be in and out of the chat. But yeah, I never saw her in the basement.
Well, I gave her the link because she had
Well,
asked
6
for it.
minutes
She
ago,
put
she said in the
on
private
Messenger.
chat, hi. So.
Oh, okay. So you got a magazine, or no, you got the drill with the extension cord from Mandalay Bay room 135. So that's weird because it doesn't tell you where it's at in the room. Like there's no.
Mary Lou's flip-flops I don't think are mentioned in this bear, but we did
No.
find somewhere else in this document that a neighbor had said when Paddock was loading up his car to leave that there was a pink carry-on suitcase sitting at, outside his trunk that he was loading. So I
don't
doubt
remember
Paddock used pink. Yeah, I found that when I was reading the neighbor reports.
that. Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, I remember seeing that too.
Oh,
I
I
was
don't
like,
remember seeing
oh,
that. Okay.
pink, yeah.
Cool. Huh. All right. Well, he had that little children's backpack that was sitting in the room too. So it's he had all kinds of goofy shit. Let's see, toolbox from suitcase. So there's the toolbox. And inside toolbox is screwdriver, drill bit, all this sort of stuff, drill bit, unopened package of Gorilla Glue and Gorilla Tape.
I thought that was great too. That Gorilla Tape would have really
marker.
held those fishnets on.
You're like replotting his scheme here. There's the rifle cases. Let's see, suitcases.
Ryan, the whole motion sensor temperature log thing is a bunch of bullcrap. Because we had been told before by other YouTubers that the temperature sensors would have known if he was dead or whatever. And it's like your body temperature only drops like a degree or a degree and a half an hour after you're dead. So it's like
An hour.
that was all a bunch of BS from another YouTube channel that was trying to push these the temperature logs that knew he was dead. Because you could be sitting there taking a nap in a chair, so you're not going to have motion sensors going off in your room because you're sitting still.
Well, yeah, but yeah, there's those things they have motion sensors, they have light sensors. So there's,
Well, the motion and light stuff I'm okay with, but it's like that whole bunk about they knew he was already dead because of the temperature sensors.
That was nothing.
bunk.
That was a joke.
Because your temperature drops too
ridiculous.
slow. It's like they waited 70 minutes or 77 minutes to go in the room, so his body temperature would have dropped to 1 degree. So I don't think
it dropped a degree.
Gauge,
yeah,
would have been going crazy.
Yeah.
Ryan's question is more directed to the motion sensor aspect. So if one of you guys want to take that,
yeah, because the motion sensor would basically pick up any movement in there. And there were 4, I think, in that room, in that main room. And you can actually see them on the cameras there. And I'm not sure which one exactly would have picked him up by the window. But yeah, I mean, if they were looking at, the temperature sensors as in, is there any motion in that room? That's a possibility. My problem with
shooting, you could sit in a chair to take a rest, so they couldn't positively say, "Oh, we know he's dead." So we could take 70 minutes getting up there. No, I know he didn't, but what I'm saying is the cops made all their
temperature be so high from all of the?
Probably.
Yeah,
the cops made all those excuses about
from all the gunfire,
why they took
so
long to get to the room was because they already knew he was dead, and it's like that whole thing with him being dead is bull.
Well, they didn't say they knew he was dead. They just said he hadn't been shooting.
Well, first there was the story that the cops released that said they opened the door and watched him commit suicide. There was the story that they opened the door and he was already dead. Then there was the story that they engaged the suspect that shot him.
Clarified.
Well, the problem is you got to.
Yeah.
Well, one of them lied to a
remember
judge
they called
on
CNN.
The phone.
One of them called. Yep. And one of them lied to CNN. One of them called CNN and told them that as they breached the door, Paddock charged at them.
Yeah,
and
there was
fired
that.
off a couple shots, injuring a security guard in the leg.
There was also
and then they
an
killed him.
officer report that in the search warrant, he's on the phone with a judge telling her that we engaged the suspect and killed him thing. So it's like, what? He's lying to a judge? He was in that room calling the judge because they wanted a search warrant right away.
Yeah.
So it's like there was some fishy crap.
Well, there was a lot of, it's possible that a lot of that boils down to confusion, but I don't know. I don't know why they did what they did, but I mean, we do have the body cam. I don't think he was alive when they went in there. I really don't. I just don't.
I'm definitely not going down this road with you again, but I'm going to tell you that dude on the floor, if it was even a human, if it was a real human, well, it could have been a dumb. Thinks it could have been like a dummy.
What are you
like one of
talking
those
about?
trauma dummies.
What are you talking
Anyways,
about?
I do believe that it was a body.
You're telling
I
me you're not
believe
buying
it was a
that.
body on
You're
the floor.
crazy.
It
You're
had been
crazy.
dead for 6 or more hours.
It was
I
a body
bet
from the
my
morgue.
life on it.
How embarrassing would it have been for them to breach the door and find nobody in there?
What do you mean? Like, you mean no body or anything? And
What do I mean? Why did it take an hour?
That
yeah,
body was dead for
the
a
dude
long
escaped.
time.
Well, I mean, he would have been dead for an hour. I mean, at you know.
No, he would have.
Right?
The person on the floor was deceased for 6 or more hours. But I don't want to fight about it. But I'm just saying, it's
man,
like we will
you believe
never
that?
agree on this.
You believe that guy?
100%.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Do I believe that guy? I worked at a hospital.
I believe they
and
planted that
showed
body in there.
pictures and things to doctors and
The livor
nurses and
mortis.
got all kinds of information from medical people.
The
and it's like,
livor mortis.
nope, there's no way that guy just died an hour ago.
I mean, honestly, like Hunter would have kind of agreed with you, but nah, I don't.
I know you don't. That's why I said we will
I think
fight
Stephen
about
Pratt
it.
is still alive.
Now I love you.
But
yeah, that's just.
I'm just gonna say no.
Yeah, just move on because I don't want to argue
no.
about it. But most of these people in the chat, except for Alan, agree with me, though. Just so you know.
Well, of course, this is your channel, man. Of course, they're gonna agree with you. I mean, I hope they do.
Well, no, all these people came in.
I don't expect people to agree with me, dude. I really don't.
This chat,
no,
I don't know
I'm
if
good
you've
with
been
that.
watching it, but our chat is filled with people from like way back in the day that we haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah.
And we've also got some new ones in here that aren't normally in the chat, and I don't know how Alan slipped in here because I'm pretty sure he's blocked. So I don't know if this is a new channel
Probably
Alan has,
not.
but Alan's actually entertaining them, so that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And Bodie's in here and didn't research any of this, so he's asking a bunch of questions in the chat because it's like he doesn't know like all the stuff we all have memorized from years ago.
Oh, okay.
He's kind of like, he's the one that keeps saying, what kind of gun was this? What kind of gun was that? So he's going to have 5 years worth of video watching to catch up.
Yeah. Oh, why'd you time out Alan Dion?
I didn't time anybody out. It's somebody else.
Yeah.
Chris, no. Okay.
What did he
Chris,
say?
and then Alan was timed out. Oh, by Angelica. He must.
Yeah, because he was bagging on. He was bagging on. Paladin.
Oh no, not the liver mortic again. Where's Stupid Hat? Yeah, you can't insult people.
What?
That are on the panel.
That's all I do is insult people.
Well, no, I'm talking to the chatters.
You're like taking away.
I don't know. I don't think that he should have got timed out for that technically because he says where's Stupid Hat?
I don't agree.
And it's like Stupid Hat isn't up on the panel or in the chat. So if he had called me something stupid, then she could time him out. So yeah, Alan, as long as you're back there, grab a drink out of the fridge. The toilet needs cleaned again. Nick did it earlier, and we're good to go.
Oh, okay.
Well, Stupid Hat is kind of stupid at if he's given
Angelica
a 7-part,
he's been in here calling people stupid. If you're calling people stupid, Alan, she is going to zap you.
Yeah, you can do that.
We'll order a pizza for back there. You'll be busy.
I'm just saying, if you're giving a 7-part series to a known scammer like Tori says, then maybe you are. I don't know. Just saying.
I have no idea what you just said, but all right. There's portion of the people.
This was my understanding too, Bear.
Yeah.
The portion of the people. So apparently,
no one was getting timed out.
People out.
Well, earlier I said no one was getting timed out or blocked, but he was starting to call people
Anthony,
stupid,
prove that.
so Angelica can do whatever she wants. And just so you guys know, the survivor that was here is no longer here. So those of you that all got quiet and zipped your lips,
oh come on,
you are now free to flow.
You gotta let him talk shit now.
It's not.
You're telling Alan he
Yeah,
can't
we're
shit.
talk
proud of you.
shit?
Bring
You're
out
gonna
your
let these people
sleeves and your
talk
It's
chili
shit?
not.
putty and
It's not
The
talking
fuck?
shit.
That's
It's
a double
putting their
standard.
opinion
That's a
in.
double fucking
It's
standard.
putting their opinion in, but you have to understand they are very nice and polite. When I say there's a survivor in here, they all know and they stop.
Well, I'm not a big fan of a
So
lot of shit Alan says, but that's his opinion too.
that people are stupid.
Yeah.
Well, name calling
That
is
is
not
an
one.
opinion, right? That's an opinion. I
No,
mean,
opinions
unless
about
you're
what
actually saying that these people are stupid, that's an
no
opinion.
opinions about what did or didn't happen in Vegas, or what theory you believe or what theory you don't believe. I let everybody say whatever they want in here. But if there's a survivor in here, they know. As soon
I'm
as
just
I
fucking
say
with you. All right.
survivor, if you notice, they all zipped up. So I'm just letting them know the white flag's waving. They don't have to like zip it anymore. But they are always very polite when they give their opinion, which is great.
Oh. Okay. Anyway.
Anthony, as much as I do kind of agree with you, I'd like to see your proof. If you could prove that Paddock never fired a shot.
Yeah, you can't prove that. Anyway, let's see. We got the room key cards. We got 8 of them, I believe. Yeah, should be 8.
Yeah, I think there was 8. Well, wait,
Yeah,
are
8.
you at the place where there's the player cards or the actual room cards?
No, these are the room keys. So it should be
Okay.
8. You know, that's legit.
Now,
But
I'm not disagreeing
Angelica,
with
wait a
you,
minute.
Anthony. I believe there was a shooter.
Hang on a second. Angelica, you can't call him names if he's not allowed to call you names. Because she timed him out for saying someone was stupid, and now she's saying he's a troll and a bully. So it's like Alan and Angelica just don't talk to each other anymore.
we're going to degenerate
Right.
into a.
Anthony, I agree with you that there was
I
a
think
shooter
everyone's
on the
behaving
tram.
really well. This has actually been a pretty good chat for all the
I think Alan was
different.
behaving fairly well for Alan.
I know, but everyone's being really
But
good, and
you
there's not
can't
any
prove that
drama
the
going on.
Go ahead.
you can't prove that the tram station shooter was the only shooter, though. I mean, that doesn't prove that Stephen Paddock didn't fire a shot just
We
because
can't prove
you think there was somebody on the tram.
here anyway. So it's like that's
I think there
kinda,
was too.
you know. But if so, I mean, like, where would the evidence be that there was a shooter anywhere else?
Where would there be a shooter somewhere else?
No, where would the information be that would prove that there was a shooter anywhere else?
There has been none. I am a multiple shooter believer, except for the fact that I spent 5 years hunting for him,
Mhm.
and I haven't found him. So I've come to the conclusion
Exactly.
the paper
The
has
closest
not been crumbled up and thrown in the
Yeah.
trash yet. I still have it in my little pile with my other theories, like just in case evidence comes out. But I have looked long and hard for the multiple shooters and have not found them. I found remnants that I think are this or think are that, but it's like no smoking gun from an actual person shooting somebody other than
you're right. The closest I can get to one is the Corey Langdon taxi video where the
but you don't see a
gunshots
shooter.
sound like
That's
they're
what I'm
coming
saying.
from right above her.
I need to
And
see
you
the
don't see a
dude with the
shooter.
gun
No.
or ballistics that show different bullets than what were in that room.
You can watch the Eminem video. He's got it.
Oh,
Right.
Eminem turned crazy.
Yeah, he is crazy. He's
I'm
always
from
been
Detroit,
crazy.
so I mean I've been seeing him since way back in the days when we played at the shelter, and he was not a weird like this whole lib thing. He's turned weird in the last 5 years. It's really strange.
Yeah.
But
Well, I mean,
but him and Kid Rock have always been rivals, and Kid Rock saw pro-Trump, or Republican, saying all kinds of crap at his concerts and this and that. So it's like I think that the two of them are just butting heads on
Yeah.
stage to try to outdo each other.
Yeah, I mean, but I think he's always right.
That's not hard to do, Fonfy. You just proven multiple shooters to yourself.
You go what? Yeah, I mean, the problem is
Fonfy
like,
says, I've just proven multiple shooters to myself. I said, well, that's not really hard to do.
it's easy to say like UFOs came down and shot at people, but it's like, where's the evidence, right? So the problem is the lack of evidence of something is not evidence that something is actually there. That's the problem. That's the issue with most of that stuff, is that you can't prove that you're right, but since I can't prove that you're wrong, does not prove that you're right. And that's
Vice
always
versa.
been the issue with
Right.
like who
No, exactly.
like that. It's like, okay, there's lights in the sky. That means they must be shooting people. No, that's not what that means. Well, you can't prove that they didn't. Well, you can't prove they did. That doesn't mean that they did, because you can't prove that they fucking did. But just because I can't prove that they didn't doesn't mean that they did. That's stupid. That's a stupid way of argument, man. That's like the 2 + 2 = 5 argument. It's fucking retarded. It's dumb. So I never agreed with any of that shit. That just drives me fucking nuts, because the lack of evidence does not prove evidence. That would never hold up anywhere. It just doesn't. It doesn't
No,
work.
you have to actually like have the photograph of the body cam of the person, the other people, whatever, with the guns doing the shooting or caught.
Right,
I
yeah.
mean, it's like there were all those people that the cops detained and checked and this and that, but it's like, to our knowledge, none of them were ever arrested or booked for this shooting,
No.
even though
Why
some
did
were
airport
arrested.
traffic say they had shooters on the runway?
Right, and that's what I'm saying. It's like there's
They
all
were
these
mistaken.
verbal things, but nothing. And like I said, I'm not taking multiple shooters off the table, but it's like in 5 years, I haven't found crap. And as Alan would say, if you haven't found crap in this much time, you're not going to find it. But I still am I just can't crumble up that paper and throw it in
They
the
took
trash
over the
yet.
tram station.
I think there were multiple shooters.
over
I
the
think they
train
were in the
station.
tram station.
Fucking low.
They
There's a
were in
whole-
other hotels.
The whole group
Yeah.
of Saudis over at the tram station just chilling.
No, I didn't see Saudis at the tram station, but Angelica got pictures of bullet holes. And
No, they were Israeli.
Israeli? Oh, so we're going Israeli.
A
Took over
bunch of
train.
Israelis came up missing. That was like factual.
My theory's been going Israeli for a long time.
Well, during the Arab Spring, man, a lot of fucking people ended up fucking missing. So.
Well, and I think that's why there's a lot of embassy paperwork in this thing too. There were like missing groups, and their countries were trying to get our country's embassies to like find them.
Yeah, but you
not
can't
that
prove
they
that.
were dead, but they just kind of scattered. But there were a lot of foreign
So
nationals
redacted. You
there.
can't even prove that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. That's that. Now we're getting into crazy talk here. It's like, look, the guy had a reason to do it. The guy had a fucking reason. He had a motive, right? And that's kind of what they're going at on this fucking thing. This guy had a fucking motive to do exactly what he did. He went out in a blaze.
That's what they're going at, though.
He was going to other hotels doing the exact same thing, but he never pulled the trigger because, guy had a gun up to his head, but just couldn't fucking pull the trigger. Finally, something set him off to the point where he actually pulled the trigger and he actually started doing this. So, it's
FBN. There's also a way to explain that. Dude, there were shots reported all over the strip that night. No, everyone was panicking.
Wait,
everybody was panicking, and they were fucking. I'm talking about what?
Now go ahead.
For anybody
FBN
listening,
News Media was saying there's shots reported all over the strip that night. Yeah, there were, but that was due to panic of the other people running to different hotels.
I do not agree with that, though, Edward, and neither does Angelica. I just want to make a disclaimer announcement that everybody on the panel, we don't all agree with each other and we all have different thoughts. So if you're hearing one person talking, don't blame it on all of us, because we don't fight with each other. We all get along, but it's like we don't all think the same thing happened. So I just wanted to make that clear. So go ahead, Edward. Tell Angelica how there weren't shooters at any of these other hotels.
I'm just saying that's what
Well, okay,
a reasonable explanation, I would think.
It is a reasonable explanation, and I agree with you that it's reasonable. But it's like that's another one of my sections that it's like I'm not throwing in the garbage yet, because I think there's a lot of things to point to that. He had partners that were distracting people, so the police would go one way or the people would run another way. It's like there's legitimate reasons why there might have been shots up and down. Not
hey, is Nick in the basement?
Not yet. Is he coming? Did he say? He got the link earlier.
He was in the private chat saying shit. So
well, he was at work, so he was.
Anthony River, I do believe.
You believe what? Go ahead. Come on.
I do believe you on that. I believe the same thing. I believe there was a shooters in the Mandalay Bay tram station. I believe there was, or at least on that platform.
Yeah, the tram station. Yes, that's a for sure.
So how do you know there's a shooter in the tram station?
because it's caught a little bit on Gator's videos, which are kind of blurry, and Ron Rivera's videos, which are kind of blurry. But because Angelica went there to dig into it,
Mhm.
and she's got photographs and stuff and found bullet holes that
So you
they've been
don't think it was
painted
bullet
over.
for something
But
else?
not only that, she found other stuff, but she also did an experiment where she went from the concert to different places.
So did I. Yeah.
She'd have to explain that, yeah. But there were certain people that got to certain places. This isn't about the tram station. This is about some of the other hotels.
Uh-huh.
I think she did the thing where she ran and tried to pretend like, her leg was bleeding or whatever, and tried to time how long it would get to some of these other places, and doesn't believe. I wish she would come on and just talk. And doesn't believe that they could have done that. So therefore, because there were reports of shootings at their place, they were shot at their place.
I had a
She
friend who
explained it on that live we did the other night with you. I
And
don't like trying to explain someone else's theory. They kind of need the
you can get
thing.
to the you can get to the tram station rooftop from like the third level of the Mandalay Bay parking garage.
I think it's the fourth level where
You can
those
get to the
elevators
rooftop
go
right
into
above
the
the tram
roof.
station. Fourth level. Yeah.
You've been
I
there
don't know that.
before, PS. What
Yeah.
level do you get
Yeah.
out? Is it fourth floor or third?
I don't know. I
Or
didn't try to
sixth?
get up there. I didn't try
Because
to get.
that whole platform I always thought was a good place to poise yourself to shoot, or
Yeah, but
those
where's the proof?
helicopters that were hovering could have
I
been
agree.
extracting
Like
people.
we could say like all day long that there were helicopters hovering and that people were getting shot. That means helicopters means people getting shot by the helicopters. I mean, the lack of evidence does not provide evidence,
I
right?
don't think helicopters shot anybody.
Yeah, well, I mean they didn't, but
There were
the
helicopters not following the rules and laws
so the problem with
that they all
conspiracy
have.
theories is
So there
always
was something weird with the helicopters, but I don't think that they were shooting anybody.
no, but like you know
I don't
when
believe
you
it
have
was an ISIS attack. That's where you lost me.
ISIS,
No, I don't
Antifa
believe it was ISIS.
crazy.
They said ISIS would have a million reasons. ISIS claims responsibility for everything. So it's like I maybe entertained the ISIS thing for the first 2 or 3 weeks, and then that got crumbled up and tossed.
Yeah, I mean, but again, lack of evidence does not create evidence. That's ridiculous.
Exactly. That's why we're hoping we get all these freedom of information things, because now we're going to start hopefully getting more and more information.
Yeah, and we
I
kind
mean,
of
hey, this 300-page thing totally solved the earplug thing for me. I
are.
mean, if we get nothing
That's all
else
you got out of
useful
this.
out of this,
That's all
I've
you
been
got out of
questioning the damn tissue forever. No, I've got a bunch of other questions, but I'm just saying if this document produces nothing else that helps any of us, we now know that he did have ear protection with him. So everyone can quit asking about the tissue.
Yeah, 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 definitely. But yeah, I just when you have to thread things that far, it's a little
Well, I
ridiculous.
like when there's a lot of people in the chat because, when you were talking about the garage door opener and someone was like, 2 cars,
Yeah. Well, there's
it's
always going
kind
to
of
be a
like you
little.
do get other people that it's like, oh yeah. And Alan had said the thing about the fishing net maybe being in the snorkel kit. So I mean, when you got a lot of people together, it's kind of cool because I mean everyone throws different things in there, and you don't know who's right or wrong, but it kind of meshes it a little bit.
I mean, but the pieces are starting to fall into place. And like I said, it's now we're seeing kind of a pattern. This guy was being pushed out of Vegas, man, or he's being pushed out of the
I
gambling.
agree with you now with the motive thing. You've
You
pretty
know,
much, by going through this plus other stuff you had, it's like if he was the shooter, it was pissed at the casinos,
yeah.
mad, and this was his revenge. And I
I
don't
don't
know
know if he
why
was
he
necessarily
dragged
mad.
innocent
It's just that
people into it and killed people.
his lifestyle was about to change dramatically, and so and he was about to lose an addiction. So I don't know. That's the way I see it. But and I can see why Mandalay Bay, why the entire casino industry would not talk about that because you don't want to say that we're fucking with these people, we're fucking with the gaming because we're here to make money. Fuck you. We're here to take your money. I mean, it's obvious that that's the case, but it's like you don't want
Well,
to come out and say it and say
they
that.
want to take the money, but also, and I think this was Lombardo's thing, why he, went and lied on TV at 1:30 before they even investigated the venue and did the lone wolf thing. Was it's like that town runs on the entertainment and visitor revenue.
And see what the Saint just said.
He
That
couldn't let that go, so they had to make
exactly.
everyone feel like, nope, our town's safe, it's comfortable, come on here, So they weren't going to admit if something weird or strange, like just say, for
Right.
instance, it really
Yeah.
was
That's
a
an
terrorist
entire
attack
revenue.
from ISIS. They're not going to tell you that.
No,
I mean,
no, of
I don't
course
think
not.
it was a terrorist attack from ISIS,
That's
but I
true.
mean, I'm
Yeah.
just saying, for
I don't think it
example,
was.
that town would crumble if nobody flew in there and vacationed anymore. Because even the people at the gas station and 7-Eleven would start losing their jobs because there's no customers. It would just completely ruin, it would crumble on itself.
Well, it ruined the industry,
Well,
Yeah.
just remember,
because
the
that would
subject
be
is dead currently.
Well, if nobody's going there to gamble, how many flights do you think are going to be coming in and out of Vegas other than visiting your relatives?
Exactly. Right.
yeah, and I mean, so it's like
It's
the
gonna hurt
motive,
their.
motive
Sorry.
there. And anyway, so the room keys were
Yeah.
interesting because we
Yeah.
got all the
No,
room
the
keys,
motive is.
8 room keys. 8 room keys, what you would expect, because he went 3 times. He went the original check-in, then he went 2 more times for room keys from 135, and that would be Jay Wheeler, Colton, Ciorpia would be the ones who issued those keys. They usually give you 2 at a time. And then when he went to 134, that was Jay Wheeler. So once again, so that would be the 8 keys that we find in here. So there are no room keys missing at all. Let's see. Box cutter, power supply, video monitor, scope.
How many box cutters are you finding?
2. I believe I found 2 box cutters. There's,
Yeah,
I think it was the first one. And that's why he had the razor blades, was for the box
To
cutters.
refill those. Well, I was just wondering if you found an enormous amount of box cutters.
This was A3.
That
so this
screams,
box
ISIS.
No,
I was thinking of 9/11
anyway,
when you said box cutter.
luggage tag bearing the information beginning in redacted. So it's probably Mary Lou Danley or something stupid. 25 cartridges from item 3087. So I'm guessing these are maybe the guns. I don't know. I'd have to really mess with this a little bit. And one of these you found, and I think I skipped over it because I didn't want to go into it, but you found 77 cartridges taken out of a magazine of a gun. And then you had one taken out of, I believe, the barrel of that gun, which I have to say, man, I think 10 was right about that one, because that's the gun that looks like shot down the hallway, right? 22 rounds kind of fits with the hallway. I thought there were 23, but it kind of fits down the hallway. So, and that's the gun he was talking about. I believe, it's hard to say because in the final report, you got the 2 guns sitting on top of each other next to the backpack, and the top one is the only one that's flipped over on that side where you can see that gas brake thing that they made a big deal out of with Howie and all that shit. And the other gun below it is in the same picture, so it's hard to tell which one's which. But yeah, he may have been right on that one. I forget what he called it, the Blackjack 21 gun. The Blackjack 21 gun. This is the Blackjack 21 gun. Check out the Blackjack 21 gun. I know this is the Blackjack 21 gun. I'm going to tell you why it's a Blackjack 21 gun. Anyway, let's see. Sticky note, bearing 159D. Don't know what that is. From, let's see, item 171, which we don't know what that is, because when we get down here towards the bottom, all these are additions to other items that they don't show. So this is where we start to have problems, right? Luggage tag from 3173. Well, there is no 3173 here. All of these are kind of screwball, unless I'm tripping. And no, 31. Well, maybe it is up here, because these are out of order too, because you got 3069 and you got 3168. So who the fuck knows? But you start to run into some weird stuff down here. I believe down here, let's see, 2 2 pouches, sleeve holder, tape, towels, luggage drobet, 25 cartridges. So I believe he had some. It looks like he had some magazines that they were taking these.
Nick
cartridges
is in the
out.
back. He wants to come on.
Yeah.
Okay, I just posted the link again for the documents. I can't put a comment until this video is over, but it's in the chat as a comment, because Bodie is leaving and wants to read the document. So, anyways, it's in there
Just
now.
just type in FBI Vault and then go to the recent searches. It's first thing on there. It says
And you
Stephen
say
Paddock.
Nick
The
is
second one says Steve
here.
Paddock.
There's two
Yeah,
on there.
He got a lot of 40 cartridges from item whatever. So apparently we had some 40 round clips. It looks like. I'm
Chris
guessing that's
Thompson, do you want to come on? Because we're kind of switching up players.
yeah. Well, I only got about a half hour anyway.
I knew you had to go to work.
What is going on? Someone's having a party.
Nick,
What? I was muted.
There you go.
you're the one playing all the TV music?
No, I'm sitting outside at work having a cigarette.
All right.
Someone's got their thing with their TV going.
Not me.
I don't know.
Let's see. Cartridges. Let's see. Notepads, twist ties, debris, loose pages from something. And all this, we don't really know where any of this is coming from. It's just additional stuff that's added to other things. And here you go. Okay, so here it is. 3179-1. One unopened plastic bag containing 1 Allen. Oh, no, this is not it. 1 Allen wrench, 3 screws. Yeah, whatever. That's not it. Damn it. I thought it was. Bottle of shampoo. Let's see. Clear plastic tape, cartridge, all the cartridges. Fun with cartridges. Bag containing security camera. He had a penny. I don't know.
I thought the penny was hilarious.
I think the penny came out of a suitcase. If I remember right,
That's
I looked
what
at
I'm
this,
guessing.
3196.
But how do they describe it here? Didn't they describe it in a weird way?
U.S. currency totaling 1 cent.
Yeah, the way they wrote it out, I was like, oh, really? You're going to do that?
Is that all the money he had? Like, is that all the cash he had?
Well,
like,
no, because the other reports we got a long time ago, he had like lots of cash.
Did he?
So the reason the pennies listed is because obviously they had some reason that they wanted to analyze it and send it off with this FBI crap, because they didn't send all the money he had in his wallet and stuff.
Yeah, so you start to get into this. A lot of this is repeated stuff. He had a cruise pass.
You can also use a penny to screw in screws and a butter knife. So maybe they were checking it for metal shavings.
Who knows?
I'm a DT, you know.
Let's see. Let's get a camera. Scoot camera. I'm trying to find the stupid earplugs.
Fawn Spy, this is the one.
Oh, did I?
One LVSA talked about the other day, the one we've all been talking about. This is it. This is the only one we have. Michelle got it, and they posted it in the vault. But yeah, Fawn Spy was just saying in the chat, she can't wait to read the other one LVSA has. But yeah, this is it.
Yeah,
we passed it around. About 6 or 7 of us passed it around the last day or two, but we didn't want to really release anything until Michelle came on and explained, how it came about getting it and stuff. So she was on at the beginning, if you missed the beginning.
Yeah, damn it.
Yeah, so there's not another one. Sorry, Fawn Spy.
I can't find the damn earplugs, man. I know they're on here though. It's pissing me off.
It'd be nice if there's more of this coming.
Yeah,
she was due 14,000 pages.
Right.
And this is only 300. So they either did this to pacify her, or there's more getting dumped.
It's possible. I mean, the FBI is in a bad place right now. Oh, here it is. 3192. Sealed plastic bag of earplugs from suitcase in Manly Bay hotel room. 135C3. C3 is the bedroom. So I'm guessing those were sitting in screws from suitcase. Let's see if we can figure out where C3 was. C1. These are all C1s. Because wherever these earplugs were, they were in C3 quadrant. So
that's why I want to find out what else was in that suitcase.
And the suitcases,
they've got it all mixed up. They're like, refer to this, and it's kind of like not in order. But they tell you what it's from.
Yeah. It just says sealed plastic bag of earplugs from suitcase, and it doesn't tell you.
That one doesn't even say refer to. Like, some of them point you up to a number, whatever.
Yeah, no, it just tells you the item. This 181C, I believe, is the earplugs. But you know what that would mean? That would mean
Plain and simple truth has arrived. I haven't seen you in forever. Hello.
That would mean 181 is the suitcase we're looking for that had this. But here's a suitcase 180, so it's close, in C3. So you'd have multiple suitcases in the same area, and I think these are the suitcases that are up against the wall, but I'm not sure. Like, there's no way for me to be completely sure about that.
Well,
But
of all the suitcases he hauled up there with all those weapons, he had to have had a couple of bags that were like his real luggage. You know?
yeah, but
Unless
they don't
he had
say that
stuff
here.
scattered around.
They don't say that here because we don't have any clothes here. There's no clothes. You know, we don't have his fucking chonies on here or any of
So
that.
they
sort of
didn't
stuff.
send his clothes to the FBI lab.
I guess I don't know.
Oh,
I mean,
you know why? Because they were put in a bag and sent to the coroner with the autopsy, and maybe they didn't have any need to test him for gun residue or anything like that. Because it's
no,
like
I don't
they
know why
knew
I don't know
he
why
was
they'd send.
dead.
I don't know why they'd send clothes in a closet to the fucking coroner.
No, I'm talking about the clothes he was wearing. Okay, you're talking about his packed clothes.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
his packed clothes wouldn't really need to go to the FBI to be analyzed if they were in the closet.
I
But they
mean,
certainly thought that
you
penny
would
and the
think
earplugs needed to go and the fishing nets. So, God, who knows?
you would think if they had any question on whether he was not alone or not, that the clothes would matter. Right? So
Yes.
if you find women's underwear in there, then you're not going to say, "Oh, those are Patek's."
Well, there was the pink flip flops that never got explained.
Yeah, I don't know where you guys are getting that. So I mean, I'd have to,
You see it in video.
Oh, do you?
The photographs that they're showing of the room, someone blew them up and analyzed, and there was a piece of a sandal that looked like a pink flip flop that was too small for Patek's size.
Where was it?
It's in one of the pictures, I think, from a fit report. Either that or they took a snip out of a body cam. But this was like way early on when we first started getting information. But I remember a bunch of people were analyzing the flip flop.
Well, the problem is
I
a lot of
was
that
not
early
one of
information
them.
was wrong. So I don't. I have to see it, because I've never seen that. I don't know where that came from.
Oh yeah, there's flip flops somewhere. Someone could probably find the picture.
I
But
mean, I
it could have
honestly
been
don't.
Patek's, but it was kind of like those look pink. Everyone was kind of like they look too small for him. So yeah, I mean, I don't know for sure that there were pink flip flops in the room, but that was
I don't know either. I've never really even heard that, so I don't know where that came from.
well. The thing is we were all in a lot of Facebook groups, so it's like some of these threads, these people would just jump in and just dig on some. And
Yeah,
they'd have
but
their own conversation that would end up being like 300 comments. So it's like they were digging in the pink flip flop thing. That wasn't one of my things.
yeah, unless I see it, I don't. I'm sorry, I don't believe it. I just don't. I don't. I've never seen that. I don't know where that.
I had to go last night and find you the damn bear mace inventory.
Yes.
Are you telling me now I got to go hunt down where the pink flip flops came
Yes,
from?
you do. Yes,
You better find those pink flip flops.
You got to
You
either
know
have a
how
picture or it
hard
didn't
was
happen.
for me to find the bear mace, and you found the Taco Bell picture like instantly.
Yeah.
I actually didn't have
so the
trouble.
bear
The
mace.
bear mace was posted in Lou's group, so I just used the search bar.
Yeah, so the bear mace thing, the reason I kind of don't really buy that is, let me see here. Let's.
The police had it listed on inventory from the room. He had bear mace up there. We don't know why, but yeah, that was.
I don't
on
remember
police.
seeing that in the fucking inventory, but yeah,
it came in one of the docs. Yeah, there was a whole bunch of different pages, but I just sent you the page, the bear mace.
So when
those were from data dumps.
When I kind of
okay, here we go. I am to bear. She's witnessing. There were pink flip flops by the first bed in the first room.
The first room. What's first room? What do you mean first room? What are you talking about?
First room, second room. He had the suites. So she'd have to now describe. She thinks it's in a fit report photo. And Chris Thompson's agreeing with her. So I told you there was a group of people that were really onto these pink flip-flops. So it's like they do exist in a photo somewhere.
I'm going to do something real quick here.
Chris Thompson, find me that picture and send it to me on Messenger. Now, Fawn Spy's saying it was in a bathroom. or by the bathroom. See, there's more people going for these flip-flops.
Yeah, let's talk flip flops. I don't care.
You just never heard of that theory before, but oh yeah, the flip-flops were a big thing.
All right, here, share the screen again. I took it out. I took the report down.
So I gotta share the screen again? Okay.
Put you to work. All right, so this
You
this
know
thing,
you can click on something that'll make the screen. Never mind. I think there's something you can click on that'll make the screen even bigger. Like you can get rid of our little icons over to the left.
yeah, I don't want to mess with it. Anyway, this little can on the right hand side, I messaged Charles Walton on Facebook back after when he started being a bodybuilder, and I asked him.
Before
I
the
said,
aliens.
yeah, and I said, well, he was always into aliens. He was
No,
in
I
the
used to talk to him a lot too, and then he kind of faded away from this.
yeah, he didn't want to deal with this anymore.
I am
So, like,
said it's the view from the adjoining door.
okay,
To the left of the laptop in the room, he shot at the tanks. That's 134. She's
So
got this down packed. She's gonna help you find these flip flops. You're
we'll
in
do
the
that in a
wrong
minute.
room.
But anyway, this is what he thought was the bear mace, and he told me it was in the photo. He told me where it was. It was this thing right here. I believe that's the fire extinguisher.
Yeah, I think that was shown by someone that blew it up to be proven to be the fire extinguisher.
Okay, so I don't think you're not talking about this one, are you?
The flip flop, they're saying that they were very small and pink, so they
Look at
couldn't have been
scavenger hunt here.
paddocks.
But yeah,
So
I'm trying
you
to
have to go into room 134
Okay, well that's room 134
near
right
the
there.
bathroom.
Near the bathroom. Okay. So we got to go down a bit. Let's see. 134. Here's 134.
They were on the floor.
Okay. So what the fuck are we talking about? This right here? Is that what we're talking about?
All right, you guys start commenting so he knows where to look and what picture to go to.
Because this is much I can zoom this fucker in. Are we talking about these? Like, are we saying that these are like flip
I
flops?
don't think those are the flip flops.
I mean, is that what we're doing? Because these are the 134 photos.
No, I think she said it was in the room, in the doorway, looking into the other room next to where the computer was, if I read the comments correctly.
Okay. So it wouldn't be these then. Because I believe all of these are not. I mean, we do have this right here, but that's doesn't really show the floor, and there's no pink flip flops there anywhere in this room. And
Are you
of
guys
course, not
positive it
here.
was a photograph and not in a body cam?
I want to find these things. I'm curious.
I remember these discussions. There's really an actual.
Let's see.
Whether it's a snip from a body cam or a photograph, I've seen this.
I
thing
was
they
just
are all
on
talking
that
about with the
photo. I
flip-flop.
think that she's talking about.
Here,
but
back up. It says something about pink. Scroll down. Nope, you're going to the left and right. Scroll down a little bit where those words were right above this.
all right,
I saw the word pink, which is really weird.
okay. Hold on.
A large blue bag. Keep scrolling and maybe it'll say something about pink. Keep going down because I saw
You said go up.
the word pink.
Make up your mind, woman. Where is it?
Nope, keep going down.
Down? Okay.
A little bit more. No, I mean the other down.
A pink piece of paper with written measurements on it. That's the pink you saw.
Skip that then. Okay, never mind.
Fail. Total failure. Okay, so what are we doing here? Let's see. Is this the picture she's talking about? This thing right here?
Fawn Spy says go to the other fit report. Which one do you have pulled up?
This is the final. So she wants.
Okay, she wants you to go to the first one.
Okay.
These girls were on it. They know what they're talking about, and they're not the nut jobs. So
I know.
you're gonna find these.
I'm not. I just want to find these because
flip-flops.
that's a new thing to me. And
this was when the thing was Mary Lou was with him. She was, she wasn't, she was, she wasn't. It's like there's female things that we're seen in this room.
Yeah, like personal massagers.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and one of the body cams had a quick flash of a bathroom, and it's like people were like, "Wait a minute, there's a curling iron, and there's this, and there's that." And I wasn't involved in any of those discussions, but I remember reading and seeing them in the groups.
Okay, let's see. You can share that one. And let me see if I can find it now. Okay, here it is. All my tabs up here. So
All
this
right,
would
so
be
you ready for me to add to the stream?
the preliminary. That Fawn Spy in, man. Bring her in here.
We need Fawn Spy and Bear.
Yeah. Help me out here.
Well, you're talking about 5 years ago, and these literally were done early on. The flip flop thing wasn't something that was.
I mean, she's not talking about that.
Years.
She's talking about 134, right? She's talking about 134.
It seems like she's talking about the view from 134 looking into 135 next to where the table was with the computer on it, through that door looking into 135, I believe.
Oh, we looked at that picture, I thought. I thought we looked at that picture, and it's not.
Fawn Spy's gonna go open her flash drive.
Yeah, she said I'm right. She said that's what we're talking about. That's the pink piece of paper with the stuff written on it.
Are you sure those aren't flip flops?
Yeah, it kind of looks like a piece of paper. I'm just gonna say,
I mean, they're sandals.
No, wait a minute.
Those aren't pink.
Those are pink. But
Those aren't pink.
I am to bear.
They're not pink.
Those are tan.
They're not pink. Are you colorblind?
A little more.
The chair is pink. This is pink. That's not pink. That is not pink.
Flip flops.
They're flip flops, but they're not pink.
Not pink. The chair is.
The chair is pink.
Guys, come on. Alan's saying he's right again. We can't keep doing this. No.
Chair is not pink. It is peach.
It's okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Whoa.
The flip flops that you guys are calling tan are really tough.
Okay, I've got this pulled up on a computer. I'm not even looking at it on my phone. The chair is pink. Oh,
yeah,
God. Hang on, let me pull out my paint chart so I can.
Do you know how many different shades of pink and orange there are out there?
Oh my God!
Oh, jeez.
If you go to a paint chip.
So we're talking about the brown shade of pink.
The brown. I'm gonna mute.
Now that I'm looking at those sandals, I'm gonna say that if they are pink, they're like that real light, tiny baby pink. Because those don't scream like fluorescent pink.
They're so not pink. They're not even close.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm bringing in an outside opinion of an inspector. Okay, what color is that chair?
That's pink.
It's pink. What color? No, it's pink. He just said it's pink. What color are those sandals?
I'm gonna say the sandals now are like a very
tan. Okay, guys, you're making Alan Dion right again. We can't have this.
The leatherette around the bed is the same tan. It is not, Alan. The thing around the bottom of the beds is a little bit lighter than those shades.
A little bit lighter.
It's a cream.
Okay, remember that?
Oh, God.
Wait, we need an interior decorator in here.
I need to go to the paint store and get one of those paint books. And
remember that test there was online where the dress was it blue or was it black?
Here we go. Heaven's Gates got it. Those aren't tan. They light shade of pink, white. The chair is medium coral, dark pink.
And by the way, Alan, you're not right on the bump fire stuff with the AR-15. I'm just going to throw that out right now.
Alan's not right on a lot of things, but he is right on some things.
They are girl sandals, though. Look how small they are.
Hey, broken clock's right twice a day. But the no, those are a dark brown shade of pink.
A dark brown shade of pink.
Those are very, very light. Those are not dark brown. You're looking at the carpet.
They're a brown shade of pink.
The brown part is the part your foot.
Okay, they're a light.
They're a
light brown
strap
shade
on
of pink.
top.
They're a light brown shade of pink.
They look tan. I mean, they look tan. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Okay, pointed stick. The next time you're at the Mandalay Bay, you need to take 3 pairs of flip flops in assorted sizes and go to a room that has that carpet and lay them next to that. See how there's the pattern in the carpet? It kind of looks like a giraffe. Lay the shoes there. So we can estimate the size.
The size.
So
Oh,
we
wow.
know whether those are large or small shoes.
I
I
was
think
always
they're
told
very
size didn't
small.
matter.
It does apparently if it's pink flip flops in a chat room.
Yeah, you guys are very interested in the size of this guy's feet.
Hey Joe, how are you?
What's up, Joe?
Joe's going, so that's what it came to. He jumps in when we're having the pink shoe
Yeah,
fight.
it
Yeah.
all comes down
Let's
to
get
the
back
flip
to
flops.
business here. Yeah.
The brownish pink flip flops.
Okay, wait a minute. Now there's another photo with them in it somewhere. Bear is saying where you can see them better.
Well, even she
I
said
sure hope so, Bear.
she said they're
Her
tan.
and Fawn Spy are gonna hunt for this.
She said they're tan. Yeah, there is that photo, but yeah, it's not very good because I think we looked at that photo. This isn't it though, and I don't
The
think
carpet is mauve. Do they match the carpet? Mauve is pinky brown.
mauve.
You've got the girls in here going after you
What
now.
color is mauve?
Mauve
that
is
shit
like
up.
a dirty kind of pink with a little bit of reddish.
Yeah, see, I'd have to go back to the.
I mean,
the
if you're mixing up paint
other report,
colors,
I
I'm
believe,
sure
for what
there's
you're
a
talking
formula
about.
for mauve.
Oh no, here it is.
But
Okay.
that chair is definitely not pink. You're at a different chair now.
Yeah, you can't see them in there. Yeah, you can't really see them from this angle because they'd be
Those
behind
rooms
this
had
door.
the ugliest drapes. We need to get out of the room in the flip flops and get back to the document.
Yeah, that chair
Well,
looks orange now.
We kind of burned through no, it's a different chair. This is a chair from the other room.
Okay,
Like,
good.
The
Thank
vibrators
God.
are in these suitcases right here, and there's the cables for the vibrators. So,
Right.
yeah, we're
When I'm
looking
gonna do a mass
remembers-
shooting, I always take my personal massagers with me.
Yeah, of course.
He had to have had a reason for those.
He what?
He had to have had a reason for having those.
Well, according to Bruce, it was hookers and coke, but I mean, who knows?
Maybe he was gonna put him in a box and have him start buzzing to be a decoy.
Did they
Somebody
find-
came in the room?
Did they find any coke in his system during the autopsy?
No.
Well, that kind of blows that out of the water.
Right.
Didn't they find a little bit of the benzos though?
Yeah,
little
but he
bit,
prescribed
those
that,
stay
wasn't
in
he?
your system for a few days, and he was
Yeah,
prescribed
up to
it
3
in
days,
a
3 or
high
4
amount.
days. Yeah.
But yeah, there was no cocaine, he wasn't having a party. Dude was in his damn pajamas, guys.
Was he in his pajamas or was he in
If you read what the fit reports tell you he did every day in this crunch of time, it's like, when the hell did the dude sleep?
See, that's
He
pink.
was here, he was there, he was
That's
at the casino, at this restaurant, at this drugstore, and literally there wasn't a whole lot of sleeping time in
darker shade
some of
sand
these days.
chair.
Are you hunting for shoes again?
Yeah, look at those.
We're checking
Those are
on the
not boy
interior
shoes.
tech. See, that looks pink. I mean, that's pink.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
that's what we're
Alan
getting.
wants to know, on that inventory list you were reading, did they have any lube? Maybe.
No.
No.
He was going to use the vibrators on himself.
Well, maybe
Bear-
I'm going to mute out before I say something that's going to get me in trouble.
Could bear mace be used as lube?
Oh my God! Now we're getting there, man. I mean, the lotion was yeah.
Oh yeah. Mm.
I mean,
They
the lotion
always
was there,
give
but they
you
didn't
free
say how much
lotion
was
at the
missing on that.
hotel.
They did have a lot of, you know what? They had bottles with unknown substances. Who the fuck knows? There are all kinds of bottles with unknown substances in them.
The dude was weird, whoever.
You know what?
Or
Dude,
whoever set this
You know what?
up.
Now that you mention that, it's fucked up. What's fucked up? I can make that work because in one of those, they actually
Shoes or
had,
the lube.
he had a bottle with an unknown substance in the fucking dresser.
Unknown substance. Oh,
Yeah.
maybe it could have been gun oil or something. He was getting real freaky.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Gun oil usually will come in a can. Oh no, they do have the bottles with the.
They have bottles of it. Yep.
You're right.
Yeah, there you go.
But if it was a gun oil thing, they wouldn't say unknown substance, because I doubt he would have transferred that to. I don't
No,
know.
they
People
said
have
unknown
those little
substance for
travel
everything.
bottles that they pour their stuff in.
They
which
said
are only
unknown
allowed
substance
3
for everything,
ounces.
dude. Even the water was an unknown substance.
That's because they hadn't tested it yet.
Yeah, and I mean,
were reading the
gun oil would be the
laboratory.
same thing. They hadn't tested it yet. They don't know what it is.
You were reading the laboratory intake, so none of that stuff had been tested yet. So that's why
Yeah.
they'd say unknown.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't wear the flip flops. Maybe he wore them when he was running into this room. Who knows? You think he would have tripped over them? Why would he leave them there? Like, why would you leave your flip flops there?
They're not his. They're the chick
his.
that was staying
They're
in that room.
tan. I mean, come on, dude. The guys wearing tan
Girls
perks.
can't wear tan.
No, they can't. No,
Not
that's
after May.
I have
yeah.
some
No.
tan flip flops.
That's in the Las Vegas manual. You're not allowed that. So no, that's a man's
No, I'm a
sandals.
girl. I have some tan flip flops. I have like 75 pairs of flip flops in every color you can imagine.
Oh shit, this is hilarious. But anyway, I gotta get going here in a minute, man. I can't stay on much longer. I think this is on the table, huh? All right, well that's interesting. Um, but yeah, I have to actually get going because I gotta go to work, guys. So I can't stay
Are
on.
you watching the clock?
Yeah.
Well, now at least Edward and Nick and Matt will get to talk.
Yeah.
How
Why
long
not?
do you have to leave? Like, you got to leave like now or still take a shower and stuff?
No, I took a shower before I came on here. It was my weekly shower. But anyway, but yeah, I gotta go. So I'm gonna let you guys do it, man. Do your thing. Have
All
fun
right,
with it.
pointed stick. It's
Don't
nice
forget
talking to
to
you again.
unflip the
Yeah.
taco video to public.
Oh, that's right. I'll try and do that before I leave.
Check his
Okay.
channel later. I've got his link under my last video pinned.
I'm gonna watch it again
So
because
yeah, he's got this
I didn't
video
make that to be
unlisted.
public, so I'm gonna have to watch it. But
Oh, watch it
make
and
sure I
check
didn't.
it.
Yeah, make sure I didn't say anything too fucked up. But we'll see. That'd be normal for me.
All right.
So,
have fun
all right,
at work.
guys. You guys have a good night, man.
Thanks for coming on.
Have at it. Have fun with this. I'll let you guys
we
talk.
will.
It's all you now. Your turn.
Okay. My screen sharing wasn't working, so I think we should just BS for a little while before we end.
Yeah, I wanted
Matt
to
and
have a
Edward
little.
and Nick hadn't said much, so go
I
ahead.
wanted to have a little chat with Alan Dion about something we were chatting with in the chat here a minute ago. About the fire rate and the rounds heating up in an AR-15 that are being bump fired, if you don't mind. He said that the rounds don't heat up and that the fire rate when your bump fire is controlled by the human, and that's actually not correct. The first round is controlled by the person firing, but after that, every significant round is actually fired by the recoil of the rifle. As you fire it, because it's not regulated like an M4, which has different components, heavier components, a heavier gas operating system and such. And so the rounds do preheat, and it does cause them to detonate quicker. And that's why the RPM of the rifle will speed up when you're bump firing. Why do I know this? Because I've done it. So prove me wrong, Alan.
That's a challenge.
You're talking about 100 rounds of continuous fire through a rifle that is not designed to be fired automatic.
And Chris Thompson, who's one of our other gun guys, says agreed, Nick.
The rounds do get hotter. It's called pre-detonation.
Where's Danny Diesel when we need him?
M4s, which are fully automatic, are regulated through the gas operating system, and they also have a heavier bolt carrier system. Okay, that's why they're regulated.
The bump fire does not get smoother once you get used to the rhythm.
And
bump stocks are a
there
novelty
is
toy, and real shooters hate them.
there is no rhythm to a bump stock. The way that a bump, yes, the bump stock. Okay, the way that you use a bump stock is you pull forward on the front of the rifle. The first shot goes off. After that, the recoil of the rifle is what causes the round, your finger to bounce up against the trigger. Okay, you're not pulling the trigger. That's why if you look at a bump fire stock on an AR-15, the trigger is mostly covered by the bump stock. Okay, so it is not controlled by the human. And as you fire the AR-15, which is not designed to be fired fully automatic, the rounds do heat up and they do pre-detonate, which causes an increase in RPM. That is a fact, Alan.
Alan is correcting us. The shooter gets smoother, not the firearm.
which only means that you can continuously fire the weapon. You get used to it, yes. And what you mean by smoother is you can continue to allow the bump stock to fire, okay? Or it doesn't break up. You don't shoot 10 rounds and then it stops. And then you have to re-engage the bump fire, okay? That comes with the use of it. Consistent means that you are able to use the bump stock. The bump stock controls the rate of fire, Alan. No, the person and the shooter has nothing to do with the rate of fire. The bump stock and the cycling of the rifle controls that. And I'm sure that people will, like Chris Thompson, will agree with me. Have you ever used one, Alan?
I think it's interesting to see Alan in a chat without the other people that usually used to back him up to try to throw us off track. Because now he's got people where it's like he's going to run out of excuses and answers here.
Yes, the brass will usually be hotter and discolored around the bottleneck, Alan, not the whole brass.
Yes, the brass will be discolored. I've done enough target practice that it's not the whole thing.
Right, it's just around the bottleneck of the
But if you
cartridge.
take it and really look at it really up close to your eye, the whole thing's kind of discolored. It's not
It
as
is,
shiny
it
and
is.
bright as it is from the regular one, but it's only dark around the edge.
We're talking 300 to 400 yards, Robert Knight, and they generally don't start to tumble until they hit something.
We don't anymore either because they use Paddock's bump stocks as an excuse to outlaw them, so we don't have them anymore either.
We also don't know whether the rounds that he was using were reloads or brand new, do we? I mean, you can purchase reloaded rounds and they will have discoloration to them already. It depends on where you buy them, who you buy them from, and how much you spend on them.
Wait a minute, where's this theory of the first one will discolor and the last one will discolor? If they're shooting out a hot gun, they're all gonna discolor.
Has anybody ever seen close-up pictures of the brass around his body?
Yeah, the all shiny ones.
Yeah.
It was like they were put in a box and dumped there.
Yep. But I'm talking about the use of the bump stock. As far as the brass and stuff like that, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just talking to Alan specifically about the use of bump stocks and how they work. The first one will discolor and the last one will discolor. No, that's not true, Alan.
Bear, the guy, he didn't get all the ammo from him. He just got some of the ammo from him, a very small amount. And the guy didn't go to jail because necessarily he gave them to Paddock or sold them to Paddock. It was that he was manufacturing them at his home in his workshop without a license. So it wasn't necessarily illegal ammo, but for that guy to make it and sell it, you're not allowed to do that if you don't have a license.
I didn't.
That was Douglas Haig, and he did go to court and go to trial and da 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 da, but he didn't do like hardcore time. But it cost
Wasn't he?
fees
Wasn't it because he sold them AP rounds?
that he made. He
Yeah.
reloaded at home
Right.
in his workshop. So it's like if you had bought them at a store, they wouldn't have been illegal. But Haig didn't have a license to do this. He was doing it on his property and, didn't have the right firearms license to be able to buy or to sell that shit. But I think he was used as a scapegoat because they needed somebody. Somebody had to get in trouble for something.
Right.
They didn't have Paddock.
No, Alan, I'm not correcting you on the rounds. I was correcting you on the use of a bump stock. That was the conversation we had.
So what does everybody think about this thing that was released?
Well, a lot of them, I'm going to post the link in the comment, and it's been put in the chat a couple times. They're not going to really know too much because it was so small on the screen till they actually do what we did, when we had it on our computer and we're digging into it.
Right. Well, now there's
So,
a PDF. Now, well, that one link that was put in the chat, I clicked on it, and it's actually
Wait.
PDF.
Send me the link LVSA switched into a PDF, because then
Alan,
we can really
please
study it.
explain to me how a bump stock gets smoother. The bump stock is controlled by the recoil of the round going off, not the shooter. The use of it, yes, it can get smoother as far as the person operating it, because they are not easy to use to get it to fire 100 rounds continuously. Okay? That's not how a bump stop works, sir. A bump stock
He's
is a
saying again it's the
novelty.
shooter, but yeah, it's a novelty. And Paddock was an old man, so with kind of decrepit, so the thought that he would have the strength to hold that straight and make it do the thing, it's like, hell no.
He was shooting at fish in a barrel if he was the one that was shooting from the room, okay? They're not accurate to start with. The only thing that you have to practice is pulling forward on the rifle and finding the right way to pull forward on it to let it continually fire, okay? If you don't have that down, then there will be breaks in the firing, which you hear in some of the volleys, okay? Where the whole 100 rounds doesn't come out at once. No, he absolutely had tried one before, Alan, because I've used them. The first time that I did it, I was not able to fire a 30-round mag and get it to fire all 30 rounds without a break. So he had to have practiced with it. Based on what? The position of hand grips is all shooter preference, Alan. If that's what he practiced with, then that was comfortable to him.
Wait a minute, there wasn't footage that we saw of Paddock shooting at the shooting range. There was footage that we never saw of a street cam heading towards the shooting range of supposedly Paddock's car going there. The police collected it, and it was in one of the reports, but they never actually showed us the footage that I know of. Does anyone else? Yes, Joe, we know. We were talking earlier about, I always thought that Alan was blocked, but apparently he's not, or this is another account. He was being really nice to everyone, so we didn't boot him out. So now Nick's just kind of going at him about the guns, but we all know Alan's who Alan is.
He's also in the desert, too. That doesn't mean he could have pulled off the side of the road somewhere and just started practicing with it. You don't necessarily have to go to a gun range, because what the hell are you going to shoot at? They're not accurate.
Discerning Light thinks she saw footage on the news of Paddock shooting at a range. His back was turned. That sounds a little bit familiar now that you mention it. I know there was the footage they had of him driving there they never showed us, but her talking about the footage on the news, I think there was a big discussion about something like that, because people were like, well, how can you prove it's Paddock? Because his back was turned. But they were claiming that it was. That sounds really familiar, DL.
That is true, Alan. When you're firing down like that, accuracy is not
This is a
important.
new account. His old account was hacked. Okay, good to know. So if you get too out of control here, we can block you again.
Right. Edward, you fall asleep?
Edward, shake him.
He's asleep.
Edward, are you there? Matt, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, chime in. I'm running in the other room for a minute.
Walk,
Alan,
don't run.
I'm sorry. Alan, I agree with you that an M4 isn't as accurate freehand. at 400 yards, but it's going to be more accurate than a bump stock. There's less moving parts. The whole stock is moving. It's spring loaded. So with that much movement, it is going to be less accurate than an M4 freehand at 400 yards.
I don't know anything about guns, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, one, guns are not toys. It's a novelty item, and also, you can bump fire a AR-15 or an AK-47 without having a bump stock. I've done it before.
Oh, I'm not saying that you're not right. I mean, I'm not a gun guy, so I wouldn't.
Oh no, I'm just chatting with Alan. We had a conversation about this earlier.
Okay.
Hey, what's up? What are we talking about?
We're talking about the use of bump stocks and such, Edward.
I still don't think bump stocks were. I don't know. Maybe they were.
That's exactly right, Chris. You are 100% right.
Okay, timeout. I just thought of something when I was in the kitchen.
Yes, ma'am.
It is the golden rule that disinformation agents come into your chat to derail the conversation. So we probably should just push the gun thing off the table because it's going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth with Alan. So all the attention's on Alan. And we were talking about some really good shit earlier.
Point taken. I will shut up.
Oh my God, Rocky's here. I haven't seen you in a chat in forever. How are you? I'm still waiting for your documentary to come out. Guns aren't toys, bump stocks are. Okay. We're going to just let go of the whole gun discussion. So, Matt, pick another topic. Did someone wake up Edward?
Edward's awake.
But he hasn't said anything in a long
Yeah, he
time.
did. He was just talking about a minute ago.
Oh, when I was in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay. Alan, the new documentary is totally narrative pushing propaganda. Yeah, that 11 minutes documentary. Even people that were at the concert were booing that one. So, okay, pick a topic, Matt.
Well, I wanted to go back to my notes here, but I think we pretty much talked about everything. There is one thing on page 44. There was a thing about when Paddock received some guns, he got a notice saying that something had to be recalled. There was a recall on one of them.
Oh, yeah, I've got that was up
And he sent it back to have it repaired, and then he received it back.
yeah. That was in this new document.
Right. And it was sent to his house in Reno, not Mesquite.
Right. I don't know what page that's on or the date because I was having trouble.
It's on page
screen
44.
sharing. Do you want to throw it up on a screen share and scroll through? Because I couldn't get mine to work right earlier. Pointed Stick was doing it, but then he left. Oh, Pointed Stick hasn't gone to work yet.
Let's see here.
Edward left. See? What did he say when he came on?
No, you want to know what we were talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he jumped out unless it was an accident. Oh, Pointed Stick's just watching. Okay. So if you want to screen share the document or just talk about it, because everyone else is going to have the link to go to it later. But I need you to send me on Messenger the PDF link
I already
that
did that.
LVSA made. All
I already
right,
sent
'cause
it to you.
that's the link I'm gonna need to post. Oh yeah, because he put it in the archive. Okay. So this is the link to the new document that Michelle got one of her FOIA requests back, and it wasn't a PDF, so we couldn't save it other than to bookmark it. So LVSA got it into a PDF and put it in the archive. Does everybody have a link to the archive?
I don't.
I have it bookmarked. But he had a specific page in the chat the other day. I'll
I
get him
can
to
send
email
you
it
the
to you
link,
again.
Kathy.
All right, to the actual Vegas page, not like the homepage of the place. Because he has like his section of it, but there's an actual like homepage for like anybody that wants to start their own section. So anyways, hang on. Oh, not the FBI Records Vault, the Las Vegas Shooting Archive website.
Oh, my bad.
Hang on. I just found it. Hang on. I had it bookmarked. This link here is a website WEG and LVSA have with like all the stuff about Vegas is loaded on this website. The one I just put in. The first link I put in.
Can you forward that link to me in Messenger, True Seeker?
Uh-huh.
I appreciate it. Edward's in the basement. He got kicked.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of people don't know about some of these websites that like a lot of us are still checking on and working on, and I gotta find Edward. Okay.
Yeah, we used to have Facebook groups and everything.
Yeah, but WEG and LVSA like have archived like all the PDFs, all the stuff. Like how now when you go in the Facebook group to hunt something, it's buried
Yeah.
so deep and you're trying to figure out what word to put in the search bar. So they've got this website they've had a long, long, long time, and they have like everything saved on it. It's like you can go and get lost in it. But yeah, it's really a good website.
Oh, so okay, so
Like
you're
all the
able to
evidence we've
find a
been
lot of
given
stuff
so
faster
far,
that way, right?
it's not
Then
chit-chatting between people. It's just like all the evidence they've given us, every document, body cam, everything that we've come across is in there, buried
nice.
in different categories and stuff. So yeah, if you've never been there, it's a good place to go.
Yeah, I don't think I've been there. Well,
You
thank
never
you,
had that link
LVSA and
before?
Wago. Maybe.
Yeah, we've had it a long time. Well, we used to have Bob, who was 10-1, that had saved all the videos for us. Like every video that came out, not the police releases, but like from the YouTubers.
Hmm.
And he's kind of disappeared. But what happened is a long time ago, remember when stuff kept getting deleted and disappearing off YouTube? Bob was who you went to get it. Because he would actually make copies of the stuff. So he would have a separate link, but it wasn't posted on YouTube. It was, I don't remember what platform he used or how he did it, but he's the one when I was hunting for, it was Jake Morphinius did the thing of the frantic evacuation from the Michael Jackson Theater, Mandalay Bay, the shopping mall in between. and then it disappeared. And nobody had the link anymore, and Morphinios got taken off his channel. And so I messaged Bob, and he's like, oh yeah, he goes, I got that one. So he gave it to me, and I've got it on my channel now. But yeah, he was perfect for finding lost stuff, but now he's gone. So Wagon LVSA have this other website, and they've got, I mean, LVSA has collected so much cell phone footage you wouldn't even believe, and he still has more he needs to post. So Rocky Lombardo's, yes, running for governor. That's disgusting. Okay, Matt, you are now screen shared. But you might be screen sharing something you don't want people to see. So ditch out of the screen. Hurry up and get rid of the screen you've got right now, because I see stuff on it that, yeah.
Well,
Put a different
Gilbert
screen
dropped
up.
out of the race, and he's back in Lombardo now. So,
Matt, pull up the tab like of the FBI records that you're going to share before you hit the share screen button, because what you had pulled up was your Facebook Messenger, and I saw a lot of names there, and some people don't know who people's real names are.
oh, and of course Trump backed Lombardo too.
Oh, I got the biggest piece of propaganda newspaper. This thing came today that was called The Independent. And I'm reading it. It came in my mailbox, and I'm like reading it. And it's like, this was making it seem like it was a local paper. But I'm flipping because I'm so mad, and I don't normally do this, but I was going to like call these people or write to them and say, you know, this is total propaganda. There were so many things in it that were incorrect. And anytime they talked about this candidate or that candidate, they were like, Trump backed, you know, and the Democrats were so great. But it's like, this thing was so twisted, it was obvious. You know, like you could have had a fourth grader read this and they would have been like, oh yeah, this was written by a Democrat. But there was nothing. It was just called The Independent, and it had all these articles in it. It wasn't like when you get the stuff from certain candidates, so you know whose stuff you're reading. So yeah, it was total propaganda. Had all this stuff about abortion in it. Okay, are we ready to screen share, Matt?
Well, I'm trying to do it, but I don't know how to do it here.
Oh, you got to click on it. It says something new now. It says present screen or present something.
Okay.
No, he already did screen share once, but when you hit the Chrome tab, he had the wrong tab clicked because it ended up showing his Messenger. So he's got to pull up the FBI records.
I'm not in Chrome. I'm in Microsoft.
Oh, okay. I don't know how to do that, Edward.
It's going to show the whole screen, then it's going to show everything that's on there.
Yeah, don't do it then, because the screen you pulled up, I saw all kinds of real people's, like, you know how we all have our fake Facebook names and then our real names and stuff. It showed your whole Messenger list and all of our names.
Well, you know what? I can jump out and get in the Chrome and come back in.
Okay.
All right, let me do that then.
Well, Edward, do you have the document? Do you know how to share it?
Oh, I'm on a phone.
Oh, okay. I pulled it up earlier, but it's like it just kept my thing. I don't know if it's because I'm the StreamYard host or whatever, but it wouldn't work. Manny is here. They're all saying, hey, Manny. I got to scroll up. I didn't see Manny. Is MSATS 88 Manny?
Yeah.
I didn't know he had a different name. I thought they were different people. Hey, Manny, how you doing? All these years we've been in chats, I've been chatting with MSATs, and it's like I had no idea that was Manny. Good night, Alan. Thank you for behaving. I'm really actually impressed that you didn't like get a bloody nose or something. Yeah, we've been going for 3.5 hours, so a lot of people are ducking out, but we've now got some new ones coming in.
Right.
So, okay, what do you want to talk about, Edward?
I want to talk about, I mean, you know, I don't know, what, Vegas related, or, you know,
oh, yeah,
you sound great, you know, so.
I'm actually feeling a little better, but I have to go on next week, I think on the 8th for my next CT scan. So,
Oh,
knock
okay.
on
Yeah.
wood.
I want to talk about there was definitely on the rooftop of that tram, there was definitely a shooter up there. Definitely.
Well, Angelica has a lot of stuff, and so does Sleeped Up on the Tram. And so does Gator and Ron Rivera. I'm not really sure if they're the same person, but anyways, there's enough stuff with this tram that something's up. And I know Pointed Sticks, like Complete Zero, Paddock did it. There was no other. So it's hard to really, like kind of brainstorm around about it, but it's like, yeah, there's a lot of people that have a lot of ideas about that tram thing. So
I mean, there might be no evidence that really, you can see or
well,
whatever.
I
Yeah, I
didn't
mean,
really study it that much, so it's kind of like, it is what it is, I guess, for me, but I've heard other people talking and showing their evidence, and it's like, I do believe there's something there. Something's up. And then
yep.
all those people that got filed in a Michael Jackson theater, and when you hear the body cam, it's like there's people with guns in the hall, and the cops are like, everybody down, and there's all that crap going on. Homeland Security was in there, and then you got those guys in the middle of the night, going down the halls in Delano, and they see somebody, and it's like there's just some really weird crap that never got solved because we never got any more information on it. People were like digging into it and questioning it, but then the information flow stopped. But that doesn't mean, like Alan was saying earlier, well, if you haven't gotten it by now, you're not going to figure it out. And it's like, no, we need like more information. We might need 20 pieces and we have 18 of them or 13 of them. So it's like until new information gives us an answer, we're just not going to get it.
Yeah. Something went
Yeah,
down at the
Chris,
Delano case, Chris.
I have got all kinds of information stacked up in a folder about the Delano, and it's kind of like one of those videos. Like it took me so long to make my Ogden video, so it's like then I started collecting all the Delano stuff, Delano, however you say that, and I've never gotten around to like making that video. But yeah, I've got hordes and hordes of stuff on that, so something went down there big time. I mean,
I don't know.
people are smelling gunpowder, and it's weird.
I think both pronunciations are correct. You know,
I know some people do it one way and some do it another way.
is it Franklin Delano Roosevelt or Franklin Delano Roosevelt? That doesn't matter.
Delano
I think it works. I
Roosevelt's
think it
what
works
I've
both
always
ways.
said. Yeah, and Heaven's Gate thinks there's something at the tram too, and she says they heard shooters at the Delano. That's the thing. There's so much stuff out there that we're never gonna know, and it's like it's all in the name of tourism. I'm sorry.
And
We're
who?
gonna be
I
like,
mean, I
nothing
still
to
want to
see
know.
here, folks, because of the tourism
Hmm.
thing. If we could ever prove anything or get close to proving anything, it's like cops come showing, pounding on your door.
It was supposed to be a lot worse though, because that would explain the put options put there. That would explain a lot of the money. That would explain why he, sold 80% of his stock to
Yeah,
CEO.
I
It was
found a
supposed to be a
really good
lot worse. That
video on the
parking
stops
garage
the
was.
other day.
Oh, did you? Oh, good.
Well, I
Because I mean,
found it and I put it in my saved watch later thing because, like, when I come across good stuff that I want to dissect and then look into a little more and then kind of make a video and mix it in, I
mhm.
have I just put it in my watch later thing. But I've got so much stuff right now
Because everyone says
that I
George
was
Soros
ready to
made
work
$83 million, but he
Yeah,
really didn't. He didn't make $83 million. That was what his put option payout was. He paid
yeah.
almost more than that. He didn't make anything.
Well, and the thing is I get like all these things that it's like I want to make this video and I want to make this, and I got it all in my little pile. And I've been sick so much that
Right.
I've like totally slowed down on my video making, but now we've got all this new information to chew on, that we can go through in sections and make videos or just do a short live stream and talk about like one section. Pointed Stick and I on the phone the last couple nights went through that new report we got has a whole bunch of stuff that are like the comp reports from the different hotels. and some of them show like how much money he spent, how much he lost, how much he won. It's like they were crazy, and we were looking at it going, check out this, check out that. But tonight there was so much information to go through, he couldn't just chunk one section like that. So I'm thinking now we might be able to, like, especially now that LVSA got it in PDF form, because then you can just print off the section that you need and have it right in front of you when you're talking about it, instead of us going, hang on, let me check my notes. Yeah, go to page 89.
Or
You know.
yeah, Heaven's Gate, you are correct. Yeah, it's French. Delano is French.
Oh, discerning light, you didn't know I was sick. Well, I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't have mentioned it. I have lung cancer, and in January I had my left lung removed. So on the 8th, I go for my next CT scan because there's a bunch of crap in my right lung, and they're not really going to do anything until they see if it moves or grows. And because I only have one now, they don't really want to treat it, because if it collapses or
Right.
punctures or whatever, I'm kind of screwed. So I'm just dealing with it. I take a lot of Xanax. But
Well,
I'm better than I was. Like in January, like Edward would call and Matt would call,
yeah.
and it's like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, maybe 5 minutes on the phone, and I was like huffing and puffing like an 80-year-old. And now I only get like that, like if I walk, like, like a long distance, but that's like out to my garage, take the trash cans out, and then back to the house, or walking around the grocery store. I get like huffy and puffy like an 80-year-old. But for the most part, for me to be able to sit here and talk on this for 3.5 hours is
Yeah,
quite
she couldn't do
impressive.
that back in January. Mm-mm.
No.
Yeah.
Did Matt say he was going to bed?
No,
Or
I
was
think he
he
said he was
going to
going to be.
get the
He was
Chrome
going to get
thing?
on Chrome.
Okay. Yeah, Rocky thinks something happened to Lano too. Rocky's been actually working on a like, instead of how we all do the short little videos and the long live streams and stuff, he's actually been working on like one whole thing. And he's been working on it for 5 years because he, still collected stuff, wants it fine tuned and stuff. But we keep in touch on Messenger, and it's like, I can't wait. He's giving me no sneak peeks, so it's like, I can't wait to see what he has come up with.
Oh wow, you got no sneak peeks on it, huh?
Well, thanks, Heaven's Gate. That makes me feel better. No sneak peeks. And the funny thing is when he first started messaging me years and years ago, I thought it was like one of those other people pretending to be somebody else to try to get information out of me. But after I talked to him for, the first couple days, it's like he was giving me so much information. I was like, no way, he's not one of those trolls, because he had information he had researched and looked up, instead of like how some of those other guys will start messaging to be your friend, and they start telling you what happened, and the ones I'm talking about. Matt,
Yeah,
you're back, but I don't know if you know this or not, but your avatar's not there. Your face is. So I
we're
don't
both
know if you
wrong.
can hear me, Matt, but you need to put your avatar on, because I know you don't like your face showing.
Hey, did you know that we're both wrong?
There we go.
Uh,
Who's both on?
we're both wrong.
Wrong about what?
It's pronounced Delano.
Delano? I've
Yep.
never heard anyone say that.
Really? I always heard it Delano, but okay.
I call it the Delano.
All right,
Yeah.
I
I get
couldn't.
words in my head where it's like, I'm just not ever going to change it. I don't care if someone tells me the right way to pronounce it. It's like if you're in the South, you say things different than, the Yankees do. So it's like, you're not going to like change somebody. I used to have a friend when I was younger that we were both raised in different parts of the country. And it's like, I remember we were like in second or third grade, and we
Oh no, we
constantly
always got
arguing over how you
Americanized.
said a word. I was like, it's school. And she's like, no, it's school. And we'd argue. And once I got done with this friend, I was like, I'm just saying things how I want to say them. I don't care. But I'm not going to tell anyone else how to say them either.
How did they pronounce it? They pronounce school like what?
School.
Scoo.
Going to school bus. Gonna catch the school bus. But it's like in Michigan we call pop pop. Well, in other parts of the country they call it soda.
So
And
Yeah.
it's funny because when you go to Texas, no
And
matter
you
what
say you're
kind
going to
of
get a pop,
pop,
people think they're
yeah,
getting hit.
well, no matter what kind of pop you're ordering in the restaurant, like
Everything's
if you
Coke.
say, "Can I have a Coke?" It's like everything's Coke, and they're like, "Well, what kind?" And it's like just the regular kind,
Mm-hmm.
and then like,
Yep.
"No, we mean like 7 Up, Dr. Pepper, whatever." And my kids, we moved there; they were teenagers, and they were cracking up at the whole pop thing. Their friends would come over and be like, "Can I get a soda out of the fridge?" And I'm like, "We don't have any soda, but there's 7 different kinds of pop in there." And so they kind of learned to call it pop.
You're having
And
soda.
I drink Coke like nonstop, and my kids have known since they were like 3, never touched the last Coke in the fridge because that means mom's got to go to the store that day. That's my breakfast. And they had their friend Steven there one day, and they knew all of the kids knew this. There was only
Oh
one
no,
Coke in
he
the
drank the
fridge,
last
but
Coke.
there was all these different kinds. So they're like, "Steven, why don't you go grab a Coke? There's Coke in the fridge," knowing that I was gonna come out, because I got up, took my shower, whatever, that I was gonna come out in the kitchen. It's like I always knew before I went to bed if there was a Coke left or I was going to the store the night before. And I look in there and I'm like, "Who took the last Coke?" And I turn around and Steven's got it in his hand, and there's like 4 other teenagers in the room pointing at this kid laughing, going, "You are so dead. You are so much trouble." And they're like really joking, but like this kid was like shaken. He was like, "What is going on and what have I done?" And they're all going, "You should know better. Everybody knows." Da 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 da. So yeah, it was pretty funny. But yeah, pop is a very different thing when you're in Texas. That's for sure.
Yeah, if you say you're gonna get a pop, people they're gonna think that you're gonna hit them. Here
Well,
in
my
Texas. So,
daughter was always a waitress when she was younger too. Well, in Texas, they drink a ton of iced tea.
oh
But
yes,
in
yep.
places like we were always in Michigan and stuff, so when she was a waitress, if someone said coffee or tea or whatever, you brought them tea. If they wanted iced tea, they'd say iced tea. So when she was in Texas, she got a job at a restaurant, and all the people she was working with was like, "Look, when they say tea, you have to ask which kind. If they don't specify iced tea or hot tea." And it took her a little bit to get used to that. She's
Yep.
like, "I never saw a place where people drink that much tea."
And all iced tea is sweetened down here with like way too much sugar too. It's
I just drink Coke. Okay, Matt, you came back. Did you pull the report and find something on the report to talk about?
I couldn't do it with Google. I don't know what's
All
going
right.
on.
We just won't worry about the screen sharing, but if you've got it on your screen and find something on it you want to talk about, I already talked about how funny the earplugs were. I kind of think everybody needs to like use the link and actually read the thing, and then when everybody's like read it and studied it, like in a week, do another chat about it, where everyone will have more opinions and ideas because they've seen it. Because
I would
there's
where's the
some
agree with
picture?
that.
really interesting shit in
Where's
there.
the picture of Stephen Paddock at Taco Bell?
It's not Stephen Paddock. But you know what? I tried to pull it up earlier, and StreamYards, when you write present, gives you a present screen, video file, camera, slides. So if I pull this Taco Bell picture up, you're gonna hang on, I'm gonna grab it. Okay, I have it pulled up on my computer, but now I can't see StreamYards to hit
Oh,
share.
well,
Do you know
fuck
what
all
I'm
that. Could you
saying?
just message it to me? Or something.
Yeah, you might be able to figure out how to get it on the screen.
Oh no, I'm not going to be able
He's
to
on a
figure it out
phone.
either.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll send it through Messenger, and then Nick, do you know
I
how to
just want to
get
see the
pictures on
picture.
the screen?
Nick's on a
No,
phone.
it's changed. I'm on a phone at work.
Well, actually, I'm going to send it to you, Edward, but when you if you guys watch Point of Six video, he made it a couple days ago, but he put it unlisted because we were waiting for, Michelle to be done doing this. So once you see his video, you'll be able to see the thing, but I'm sending it to you right now. I'll send it to Matt. Did you see the Taco Bell picture?
No, I did not.
Do you
Does he
even know
look
what we're
more or
talking
less like
about?
the Stephen Paddock that was in Atlantic City after Stephen
No,
Paddock was
doesn't
dead?
even look like that guy.
Yeah, I
Oh.
haven't seen it yet either.
All right, I'm sending it to Edward, Nick, Matt. And if one of you guys could figure out how to get it on the screen. But anyways, it'll be in Pointed Sticks video. And I wanted him to get a bunch of new subscribers too, because I mirrored the live we did on his channel the other night, and I put the link under it for everyone to go subscribe. And I wrote down he had 115 subscribers. So in a week, I want to see if we send him a bunch of subscribers from over here. Did Stephen Paddock have a parking spot at Delano? I don't believe so, but you guys try to
The Delano and the
remember.
Mandalay Bay share a parking garage.
Yeah, they share a parking garage, but remember when they were towing his van the next day and someone got pictures of it? It's like, was that coming out of the garage that's underneath that Delano and Mandalay Bay share? Like, where's the valet located as far as those two hotels?
That's a good point, because it was.
There went his mic.
Chris is gonna roll over it, so what's he rolling over?
But I will. You know what? I'll run a facial recognition on this, though.
I don't think it's him. My
It's
main
definitely not.
reason for
It
not
doesn't
thinking
really look like
it's
it.
him is he's got an Under Armour hat on, and I looked them up, and they cost $25 and $30, and he's a cheapskate. And the mustache, me and Peony Stick were talking about, looks a little too bushy. But this is actually, this whole discussion on Taco Bell is in this document dump on page 22, where they interviewed these people and blah, 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 blah. And, they swear this guy, they contacted the FBI and said, oh, we were in Taco Bell with him. He did a little selfie thing. And it's like, I don't think it looks like him. But
I want to talk about him almost dying.
Though, the FBI concludes that it is him. And the weird thing about it is it's at 7:44, I think, on the night of the shooting.
Wait, hold on. So the FBI says that is Stephen Paddock in that picture?
That is my understanding when I'm reading it, but you'll have to read it for yourself and see if you like. There was a couple things me and Matt and Pointed Stick were reading that we were like, how sometimes you read it and interpret it wrong. So we were kind of cross-matching stuff, and I think the FBI says that it was him. But the weird thing is, the FIT reports had stated that at 5-something, he quit gambling and went up to his room and never left. Well, if that is him at Taco Bell, that was at 7:44 the night of the shooting. So
he shaved before the shooting.
Well, Pointed Stick and I actually map quested to find out how far the Mandalay Bay was from this Taco Bell to see how long it would take him to get back there. And then at 10 o'clock, he's doing the mass shooting. So we're like, dude, why would he leave to go to Taco Bell? He could have just ordered room service or something.
Which he did.
Right. And we don't think that looks like him, but I'm pretty sure when you read it in the document,
they're saying that it is.
Page 22, my interpretation is that the FBI thinks that it's him.
So is that a good enough picture, Edward, for you to use your facial recognition?
I was reading 300 pages in 2 days trying to study him. So if I'm incorrect about things that I think, like, one of you guys might read it and go, what the hell is she talking about? The FBI never said that. So yeah, don't quote me until you read it yourself. Because yeah, trying to absorb that many pages is like, whoa. It took a long time. So I'm still probably have to go through that document about 6 more times and break things up into pieces because there's sections to it.
Can you guys see this?
Matt. Yes, Matt's gonna have the picture here. Hang on. All right,
this is what I have.
I gotta get Chris Thompson's last thing off. Okay. Now, does anybody think that looks like Stephen Paddock? Because these people went to a radio station and they contacted the FBI. Can you make it bigger,
No, it doesn't
Matt?
look like him.
I don't think it's him. They covered those people's faces with emojis, and we're not sure if somebody online did it or if the newspaper did it or Twitter or whatever. But I don't think that's him. Chris doesn't think it's him.
No, it's not him.
I'm having a hard time thinking it's him, but
I just don't think the dude would wear that expensive of a hat to go back and put on his slippers and his brown garden gloves. And his
was that
pajamas.
hat found in the room, inventoried
No,
anywhere?
No,
not that we found.
that's
And
not
that's
him.
not the hat he wore in any of the elevators. And his face looks a little bigger, and that mustache looks chunkier.
Yeah,
So
that's not him.
I don't think it is either. I absolutely don't. So someone needs to go back and read that section to see what the FBI said. Because, like I said, I was scrolling through.
You know, I remember reading that, and it didn't pan out. I don't think.
Well, there's stuff in this thing, just like some stuff they didn't touch on earlier. Is there's a whole section where they keep talking about that he had prohibited firearms, and they wrote the law code, and I went and read the law code, and it's like, no, because we're all legal. Then there's a place where they were interviewing someone and the audio malfunctioned after 3 minutes. So that raised my eyebrow. They're covering something up. Then there was a whole section on Hague, and the rental car in Phoenix was September 19th. And the rental car people said there was no built in GPS in the car, but that was like 8 pages of documents there. Then we had the Taco Bell stuff. Then we had a bunch of documents from his neighbors, a bunch of stuff about the Ogden. Daniel Defense went through all the serial numbers, and they were the ones that also did that recall Matt was talking about. Then there's more stuff on the neighbors. There's a bunch of stuff with embassies about national security, foreign authorities, terrorists. I mean, weird crap. Then there's a bunch of stuff on the Keys. Then he had a room at the Tropicana September 9th to 12th and 9th to 14th. And what's strange about that is, I don't know if you guys remember my Ogden stuff. On September 17th, he checked into the Ogden. So from the 12th and the 14th, he was at Tropicana, but he didn't go rent that rental car until the 19th in Phoenix. But the 17th, he checked into the Ogden, and he had one room on the 17th, one on the 18th, two on the 19th at the Ogden, two on the 20th at the Ogden, three on the 21st at the Ogden, three on the 22nd at the Ogden. 23rd, he had one at the Ogden. 24th, he had one at the Ogden and one at the Mandalay Bay. I mean, this just goes on and on and on all the way through the day of the shooting, where these rooms with the Ogden overlap. So I want to know where he was between the Tropicana and going to Phoenix on the 19th.
Yeah, because he was at the Tropicana between the 12th and the 14th, and he lost a total of $38,000 gambling.
Right.
Hey, Jen A, by the way, we're well aware of who John Hoover is. Just so you know. That's somebody from Edward's other channel, True Seeker.
Oh, hi, Jen. Yeah, I know Hoover put out another couple ones on Vegas. I haven't gone over to watch them yet. I think I'm one of the few that he hasn't blocked yet. I talk to him in emails and stuff. We get along. I get along with Goodman,
he blocked
too.
me off of Twitter. He blocked me off of his channel.
Well, but see, I don't challenge this stuff. It's like when you look at something, I look at it like this. If you're looking at someone else's videos, if you can take, like, say, 80 or 85% of it and prove that it's crap, but they still got 10 or 15% of stuff that, like, when you go to research it and look into it, they're right. So I've always watched Hoover and kept in contact with Hoover because it's like some of his shit's spot on.
Well, I mean, he brought attention to the Vegas shooting. I get that, but I mean, where I kind of jumped off the boat was when he was using ballistic tables for a 22 long rifle for 223 and 556. I'm like, wait a minute, man, you can't
like
do that.
You just got to cross that off. But what I'm saying is, in everybody's video, you can always pick a little bit out of that's helpful to you in your research, even though you're throwing out most of it. It's like they'll always have an article they're talking about or something that you go read that article, and then you can find other stuff that they might not have covered in their video. But yeah, I don't know. But I haven't watched a lot of his stuff. Once he got into all the vaccine and COVID and all that, I kind of haven't watched him. But I know that he posted a couple on Vegas, and I just haven't watched them yet. So okay, what else was in that thing, Matt, that you wanted to talk about? Because I know you had time to read through it.
Yeah, I had some time to read through it, but I didn't put a whole lot of notes down. And all the notes that I have there are pretty much everything that the thing that gets me is that on page 116 they talk about Paddock trying to rent another room, 2112. Now would that have been 32-112 or just
Well,
on the second
at
floor?
the beginning, before you got here, it was room 2112, and Michelle had actually had a photograph of what way that room faced.
Mhm.
And there was the discussion on that page and the thing about south facing, but I can't remember if it was the clerk or Paddock that requested that or how that came up, because I was just skimming through that part because I knew you guys would all latch onto it. So that whole Tropicana thing needs to be looked into closely by somebody, because he went there for 2 days and I think he was scoping out to see if that would be a decent location for him, and probably decided it wasn't because the Mandalay Bay was taller.
Mm-hmm. But 2112, that's a lower room in the Mandalay Bay.
Right. That's the thing. It's like, but he might have been looking out the window. Remember when, I don't know if it was Mary Lou or whoever said that they were at the Mandalay Bay one time and she thought it was odd that he kept going over by the windows, checking things out in a weird manner. So he might have went to the Tropicana just to do the same thing.
Okay, well, this isn't at the Tropicana. It says he tried renting a room, 2112 at the Mandalay Bay.
Oh, you're on a different section than me and Michelle were on then.
Yeah, this is page 116.
All
Because
right.
in my notes, I'm using the notebook thing on Microsoft, and I put the page number first so I know what I'm referencing it to.
Okay, I'm going to 116. I also met with Blank Paddock on the 12th. Yeah, this is talking about the Tropicana. Page 16.
No, 116.
Yeah, page 116. They're talking about the Tropicana. Because if you keep scrolling down on that same page,
maybe
you
I
see the
fucked up then.
Tropicana stamped logo.
Hold on a second here.
Like halfway through that page, you see the Tropicana logo under a redacted box. And he also kept his do not disturb sign on the door, so no services were provided.
Maybe I put the wrong page number down by
Paddock
accident.
did ask what side the room faced, and Blank replied that it was the south side. Other than that, no other questions, just regular banter. We have heard that Paddock tried to reserve 2112 for the time frame of the shooting, but the room was unavailable.
Right,
Would it
that's
be
what I was talking
possible
about.
to speak to the employee who spoke to Paddock? We would like to know his reaction when he found out he would not be able to get 2112. So that this whole page is Tropicana.
So he was trying to get one at the Tropicana during this time, that because where it says, we heard that Paddock tried to reserve 2112.
Well, yes, but if you go back to our crazy theories of him having helpers or accomplices or Mary Lou being in town or whatever, it's like he had all these overlapping rooms at the Ogden and the Mandalay Bay, and
Right. No, I
some nights
understand
he
that.
had 3 rooms, so it's like I think he had company coming in town. I mean, he had enough rooms for a huge family reunion thing. So now we're throwing in the Tropicana in with the other rooms to where it's like he maybe was going to have a room at the Mandalay Bay and the Tropicana. Maybe one of them was going to be where he was going to go to escape, but he was checking them both out to see which one would be better for the shooting. Like I think when he was at the Ogden, he was seeing as better to do Life is Beautiful or wait until Route 91. It's like nobody really knows.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that the dead man on the floor was even him. So I think that even if there weren't multiple shooters, I think he had help. Either people on the strip, decoys, sending people different directions, whatever they helped with. I think that he paid for their hotel rooms, and I think they were scattered all over. So now we
Hey,
throw the
Truth
Tropic
Seeker,
Canyon.
Edward's back.
Oh, let me grab him. Hey, Edward. Can you hear
Oh,
us?
am I back?
Yep, you're back.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Jenna, yeah, we all know about John Hoover. Yeah, I choose to not believe Hoover, but I mean, he's a great channel.
Well, one thing is I am a firm believer that helicopters, something was fishy. I don't think they shot people, but something's fishy. So one thing I've always been happy about Hoover is that he's kept the helicopter in the forefront, even though he has different theories about it. I still think, I mean, there's enough witnesses that saw the helicopters. We saw them on video. We looked up the laws of where they are and aren't allowed to fly and what time the flight plans are for the tourist ones. So it's like something was wrong with these helicopters, and I don't know what. So Hoover's at least kept that topic alive, even though he pushes it over the edge with the shooting. I used to think they were shooting from
Yeah.
helicopters, and I did enough research that it's like,
Well,
no,
I'll
I,
tell you
I
what,
don't believe they shot
my
from
theory still remains the same.
Israeli
I,
stuff.
I still think this shooting was supposed to happen the at the Life is Beautiful concert, you know, but that CIA plane arrived a week late from Israel, so
So he had to put it
that
off.
timeline fits so well that there's nothing else that, you know, they're stealing a bunch of Israeli weapons, right? We just opened up a base over there. We got a CIA plane. You know, that plane has mechanical issues, so it's delayed going back into McCarran for a week. What's the week after Life is Beautiful concert, the Round 91 Harvest Festival? They were going to originally make Stephen Paddock out to be this, you know, racist white supremacist dude, you know, angry old rich man that was shooting up the you know, rap concert. But
Well, and the people that are in the
it didn't happen
chat
that
now
way.
are all agreeing
So
that it's like there's something messed up with these helicopters. It's like nobody can prove what it was, but it's like it's something abnormal. And you get those, we have the debunker professional whatevers that have been on YouTube all this time saying, no, there's helicopters all the time and they always fly this way and da 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 da. And it's like, no, we looked up the rules. They are not allowed to stand and hover. They have certain flight paths that they take, certain hours their tours go, and blah 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 blah. And it's like they did not follow the normal thing that night. So whether, a couple rich people wanted to see the concert and flipped a pilot 80 grand to take them up there, or who knows what, or like FBN is saying maybe they were documenting the event. I think it's possible they were extracting people off
it's right
roofs
next to the
that
airport. I
helped.
don't.
That's what I'm saying. There's something, and then other people watched where they landed and went, and there was the fake tail numbers, and I mean, there's just too much weird stuff. And the FOIA, they've been putting us off like crazy with our FAA information about wanting to know about the helicopters. So I think there's something fishy with the helicopters. Don't know what. Until something comes out that tells us the answer, we're never going to know. But it's like it wasn't normal that night. And I really don't think they shot
Was there
anyone, but it's like they were up to something.
6 or 7 helicopters that transponders went off? 6, 5,
Um,
5,
I
6,
think it was
7,
7, but it was so
7.
long ago, I don't remember.
Well, I
I
originally
know it
said
was a
7, so
handful.
I think you're right. Yeah.
I mean, like I said, it's like we jumped on that helicopter theory in the group I was in, like from day one, because we had a couple survivors in the group, and they were like, we were getting shot at by machine guns from helicopters. So we jumped on that, and then Hoover started covering it, and survivors started giving interviews, and we totally were onto the helicopter thing. But the details of the stuff we found and discounted and stuff, like, it's been 5 years. I'd have to go digging through notes. I think it was 7 helicopters.
It was
those
7
guys
and 3 went
tracked where
dark.
they went and where they landed, and yeah. But yeah,
Yeah.
right off the top of my head, I don't know for sure. But Chris says 7 too.
I'm
They went
still
dark.
I'm still not entirely convinced that that person, and everyone says he wouldn't have made it to Tennessee in time, but I think he would have made it to Tennessee in time. I really
No.
think Scott Edmiston might have been there.
I looked into that really, really, really deep, and it's like he couldn't have driven fast enough to get to Tennessee. But another theory is, if this was a gun by gun deal situation, there's no saying he didn't go the day before and make his purchases and drove home. And even if he drove the speed limit, it's like he may not have been involved in the shooting, but he might have been involved in the drug buy or the gun buy or sell.
Yeah, because I think he might have been involved
I
in some.
chased Edmondson, and also Edmondson had a bunch of problems with the court and a judge and the people with the custody thing with his kids. And he was very, very pissed off and angry. I mean, I snooped into this guy like total invasion of privacy. And to the point where I think he had loaded all that stuff up. I think he was heading to the courthouse, and I think he was going to do some kind of mass shooting thing at the courthouse, but he got pulled over. And then he got put in jail because some of the things he had weren't legal. But yeah, I really don't think he could have gotten to Vegas. They pulled him over earlier in the morning. Like, I think it was like 4 a.m. And it's like from the time of that shooting to 4 a.m. to drive from Vegas to Tennessee, it was like he couldn't do that. He would have had him driving. I think I had calculated it out like 95
Well, I'm gonna. He's out of prison already.
Well, he didn't have that bad of an
All them
offense.
guns, he's already out of prison. You know that, right?
Well, you're allowed to have all those guns. The only ones I think he got in trouble for were the couple he had that were illegal. And they weren't all illegal. I think they found a couple that had serial numbers shaved off, or I don't remember what exactly the story was. But it's like, if you're in a state where you're allowed to have rifles in your trunk, as long as you don't have the ammo by them and they're not easily accessible to you, I don't know what the Tennessee laws are, but I do know in Michigan, it's like I can throw 8 rifles in my trunk and drive around. We don't have to have our rifles registered. As long as there's serial numbers on them and they're not fully automatic, I'm free to do it. But he had a couple that were illegal, and I don't know what their gun registration laws are there either.
Well, yeah, I don't think he has a license for, he's not legally allowed to have a fully auto, I don't believe. And he had a couple of those.
No. Well, another thing that Rick had found that concerned him was that on all these pages in this thing, it says case ID, blah, 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 Stephen Paddock mass shooting, Las Vegas, Firearms Act violation. So this is on a whole bunch of pages. So Rick's interpretation, because we went and looked up, they list the law code. We went and looked it up, and it's all about firearm registration. Well, in Nevada, Texas, and Arizona, all the states, Paddock flipped around to, it's like you don't have to register your long guns there. So it's like, what the hell are they talking about? And this report we just got of this violation of, it actually says possess prohibited firearms in violation of 26 USC section 5841. So we looked up that law, and it's like, yeah, he didn't violate that. So they keep putting this in here over and over. So Rick's like, did the dude have a machine gun and they just didn't tell us? Because it's very weird that they're talking about, you need the special license and registration for a machine gun, and it's hard to get that. But we're figuring, what other firearms violation did the dude have? Because they told us he bought everything legally, and everything was legal. And bump stocks and ammo don't fall under this registration law. So anyways, we just find that very odd. I mean, we aren't going to get an answer to it, but it's just like an odd thing that I really didn't think of until you brought up the, the machine gun thing. Oh, good. Chris dropped a link that he covered on his channel, so that'll be good. Everybody, when you leave your comments and you go back and read other people's comments, subscribe to people, because there's a lot of people in the chat that have channels that cover Vegas that some of you might not know that they even do videos on them. And it's always good for everyone to get new subs and look at more stuff. Chris did a lot of gun work.
That list that you had the other night was really interesting.
Which list?
I think it's the one that Ange sent to you that had all the different creators from Vegas listed out.
Oh, that was hang on a second. That was a list that Ange pulled up. It was from a YouTuber called Return to Logic. Let me see.
Guys, I'm gonna get off.
Later,
Okay.
Matt.
Have a go, Matt.
I'm gonna drop this
Nice
link
talking to you.
for you guys. Have a good evening,
You too.
Matt. Thanks for coming on.
No problem.
Oh God, it won't let me put her thing because the URL is too long. What the hell? Angela put it in there the other night. All right, I'll put this link in the comments for people. But what this is Return to Logic has a list of like all the Vegas YouTube channels. And it's a really long list, and it's got links to get to the channels. And she's got them in categories. So I will definitely put that link. I don't know, it won't let me here because it says that I have 340 characters and you're only allowed 200. So I don't know how.
That's a hell of a list.
Well, no, that's not for the list. That's just for the link to get to that page, I guess. You know how like you go up a copy in the address bar?
Yeah, the URL is too long to post as a YouTube comment.
Yeah, that's what I think. But I can put it in our comment section. Like a lot of these links I'm just going to put in the comment section. And Matt, you already sent me the PDF link, so I can put that there too. Oh, Matt left. Matt just left. I forgot. Do you guys want to keep BSing or is everybody tired? We've got 15 watching still, but I kind of think we're getting to the end of being.
Yeah. You're asking the wrong person. I work night shift. I'm up all night.
I know Edward stays up late too.
Uh,
All right, if you guys want to pick a topic and start yakking, I'm just gonna kind of sit here and listen. I figure most people that come and look at live streams the next day, like this one's going on 4 hours, they don't watch all the way till the end anyway. So it's like you could probably talk about any topic you wanted.
right. So, I mean, did Steve? You know, remember that all them? What was it? I forget who posted all the Vegas. Oh, who posted all them Vegas articles that were like what everyone believed in first, you know, and then turns out it was, not accurate or whatever.
Posted the articles when?
Yeah, wasn't there like a website that would post all like the, you know, propaganda shit that we're supposed to believe, and that we did believe for a while, like.
I don't know which one you're talking about because there were a few.
Like the ones that would, oh, this one's a crisis actor, that one's a crisis actor, you know. I forget what the name of the website is.
I don't know. I'm drawing a blank. I got like brain mush going on. Chris says, how about the lack of burn marks? Okay, Rocky. Let me ask this. What are the chances a mass killer's girlfriend and a guy that said he had the room next door worked in the same
Oh, good one.
Australian Gold Coast casino? Yeah, that was weird because Brian wasn't in the room next door, but he said it. We were talking about this yesterday. And then it's coincidental that him and Danley did not work at the same casino. They just worked at casinos in the Gold Coast area. But to me, in Australia, and then yeah, I thought that was weird.
Well, Truth Seeker, didn't they push a different narrative in that 11 minutes documentary about who was in the room right next to Paddock?
I didn't watch all the episodes of 11 Minutes
It
because
was
after I
okay.
watched one and a half, every documentary that has come out has been a total police backed narrative pushing shit.
Understood. I watched
So
the whole thing. If I'm gonna
yeah,
watch something, I
I
watch the
I
whole thing.
used to watch all the way to the end, but the thing is I was a couple episodes in, like one and a half in, when this document dropped. So my head's literally been buried in this document and on the phone.
Right.
Point is stick talk for hours.
Yeah.
But yeah, going over stuff with this document, so I got sidetracked.
Well,
But originally I was watching that when this document dropped.
what was pushed in that documentary was that a close friend of Jason Aldean, DJ Silver,
Yep.
had two rooms rented right next to Paddock. Literally, the two
Well,
rooms right next to Paddock.
you know about the nanny.
And
That
well,
was
yes,
DJ
and
Silver's baby.
right, and supposedly it was the hot door open alarm that sent Campos up to that floor
Yes, they
from the
left the
nanny leaving
door
the door
open.
open.
The nanny
Yes,
was the baby's aunt. She was across the hall and left the door open for the baby.
right.
So yeah, but the
But is
thing
that
is,
new? Is that something
no,
new? Okay, because
no,
I hadn't
No,
heard it before.
no. The
that's
baby
DJ.
story
What you
has
call his
been
baby?
around forever. Yeah, DJ Silver and his wife Jen, their girlfriend
Hmm.
Jen, that's their baby. And yeah, that's been out since the beginning. He gave interviews for magazines and I think went on talk shows about it. And it
Okay,
showed up in body cam and you can hear it on radio dispatch. Um, the one guy you can hear that was in Paddock's room was on his radio calling out the name of the baby's mother. So they knew there was a baby up there they had to go get.
okay, that's just
But
something I must have missed.
yeah, that was way, way back about the
Yeah, I
baby.
mean in the very beginning. But they also had an interview with Campos, and I believe that was the first time that he's done an interview since Ellen. Correct?
Yes, I think
He
that's
didn't
it.
say much, but you know,
Well, there's been a couple other little documentary type things that Campos did talk on, but I think they're scripted and they tell him what to say because it's not like big long interviews where they let him get to chatting.
yeah, there were a,
Jenna Purdue, I think that is the name.
yeah, there were a lot of holes in that documentary. I know Edward and I were chit chatting about it really early one morning, and there's they didn't cover the fact that they waited an hour to go into the room.
No,
they
because
made
they
it
want to
seem
look
like
good.
yeah, they
They
made it
want to
seem
look
like they
good.
were up there right away and they blasted down the door and he was dead, and that was
Rocky
something
says,
that they
which Campos? One, two, three, or four?
right.
But But yeah, on the last live stream with Point and Stick, we had started BSing about Shuck. So we had a commenter that left like a foot long comment with all this information and links and this theory,
I
and
saw
then
that.
and then another guy started moved over to my channel because he left the same comment there in case I didn't see it at Poison Stick. So Seventh Son started putting more information in there. So I was like, do you care if I like compile this stuff instead of like typewritten words and like do a live with this theory? And they were like, no, go ahead. And they want to be anonymous. They don't want their names used. So that's like another project on my list. Except I'm buried in this document now, and it's like I think if we get new information, we should do that instead of trying to figure out old stuff. I just don't know
Yep.
if they're going to give us any more.
Well, it took how many years to get these 314 pages?
5.
Right? Just hand a little bit or give a little bit out every 5 years to keep people from, going too crazy about it. I mean, there's still, if correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there a whole bunch of body cam footage that's still out there that hasn't been released?
Yes, we've got a whole list. It's actually in my notebook in the next room. But yeah, we made a whole list. LVSA worked on a list. I had some stuff. Miss Dawn helped. We compiled a list of how many 911 calls were missing, body cam was missing, all these things that were missing. And nobody cares. The newspapers don't care, even though they're part of the lawsuit. The judge doesn't care. I mean, letters were sent. Just, they don't care. But yeah, we're missing a lot. It was an extreme amount. I've got a video on my channel, and I also have a folder on my channel, like in my playlist, it's all Vegas stuff. So I made a video a while back that said like what we were missing and what we were supposed to get. I just am too lazy to go get it right now and put the link in here, but you can probably go in my Vegas video folder and find it, because I always do thumbnails and titles that kind of tell you what it is. So I'm sure it'll have a picture of Lombardo on it, and it'll say something like missing body cam, or who knows. I'm like running out of gas here, guys.
It's all good.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to chat with you a second after you shut down the stream, anyways.
Okay, we're gonna close down the live stream, guys, and I have a feeling that we'll probably start doing more of these, even though things got quiet for a long time. But now that we've got new information to chew on, once we all get the link and start dissecting it, we'll probably do some live streams, because it'd be fun to do a live stream after like 20 or 30 of us have read this, and then we
Hmm.
can really chop it up. So
Is there anything new
anyways,
on Nick Cruz?
Nick Cruz is still in the death penalty trial phase. Um, they are
I'm shocked it's
presenting,
going. I'm shocked it's going this
well,
far. I mean,
it's going on and on and on, but what the defense is doing is producing witness after witness after witness that is just trying to prove all this mental stuff. And the judge is getting mad, and it's like she's actually taking real big control of her courtroom, and there's a lot of stuff she won't let be admissible. And I mean, it's like this is just dragging on. They don't need like 50 different people to come testify about fetal alcohol syndrome and, blah blah blah. And the other day, his
they should just
judges,
cave for life in prison without parole and just be done with it. But the
well,
families
but
don't want that. That's the
the
issue.
jury has to decide. And the
Yeah,
thing is the other day, his attorneys brought up Medina and wanted to start blaming. Remember Medina that was out on the field?
yeah,
Dirty
yeah.
Medina that we dug into, but that saw him coming and knew he wasn't allowed in school, and basically him and Peterson didn't do their job and could have stopped it. Well, they wanted to bring that up, and the jury wasn't in the room, but the judge looked at her. I'm not going to go word for word here because I'm watching 3 trials at once right now. But the judge looked at her and was like, "Are you going to try to tell me that it's not Nick Cruz's fault that all those people are dead and injured? You're going to start blaming it on other people?" So it's like
Well,
she shut her down right then. But
yeah.
she hasn't shut her down about all the psychiatrists and shrinks and tests and medication. So really, basically, it's just he already pled guilty. This is just a battle of whether he gets life in prison or death.
Which it
But
doesn't
Chris,
even matter because Florida doesn't execute anyone hardly anyway.
well,
It's
another
just a
one that's
dog and
going
pony
on
show.
Another one that's going on right now is, remember the Wisconsin, that Christmas parade guy that crashed through the Christmas parade?
Yeah. Oh
Well,
yeah.
they're in jury
Yep.
selection right now. So Daryl Brooks for the last week fought to represent himself. So now he's being so weird
Idiot.
with the judge that she's got him in another room as his own lawyer. He's representing himself, so he's not disrupting the courtroom. And it's kind of like, I'm watching like all these other channels that dissect stuff. They're like, well, isn't that going to be a reason for him to get a mistrial? It's like, how can you put the attorney in another room when the attorney's the defendant?
Right.
But he's pulling some shit, and they've decided not to let cameras be in the courtroom while the jury selection's going on. And I don't know if they're going to do it for the trial itself, but they're showing tidbits here and there, and it's like, this guy's got 3 cops trying to hold him down because he's trying to go after the judge and shit. So this is going to be like a really interesting trial, you know. So and
Yeah.
then it's just weird. So because I like watching the trials of the stuff that we're not sure, you know. And Patrick Crusius, I keep looking him up. There's not a word on him. You know, and that was a long time ago. He did that shooting at Walmart. So, you know. Oh, Chris is going to bed. Good night, Chris. All right, let's stop this because I'm getting really tired. I'm just trying to talk dumb about stuff now. But thanks for watching, everybody. And if you haven't already, give us a thumbs up and share this if you're in a group of people that might want to see it, because it is new documents. And when it's done, I'm going to put these links in the comments. So scroll through and look for them, or they'll probably be in the description too.
Right.
But the link
Awesome.
to the PDF document, and also Return to Logic's list of
all the Vegas
channels,
right?
yeah, and the Las Vegas archive things. So I'll grab those.
Yep. I'm still
Thanks,
convinced.
Rocky. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm still convinced Cruz only killed 16 people, and the cop killed 1 person. They're pinning that one on him too.
I do believe that. I do. All right, I'm gonna stop. Okay, everyone, have a
Have a good night, everyone.
Until
Much love. God bless.
next
Peace, y'all.
time.